Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Moon Harvest, Armor Shertha, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twod Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Fibre Oats, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. So, no, it is typically a Flat Earth Friday thing that Craig organises, right? So, I've done half a dozen or more. And what he does is he gets some of his punters to come along. Not I say punters, they're his mates. Yes, they're his customers in the same way I am. But I'd consider him my mate, and I'm going. You know what I mean? It's one of them. But the people he gathers up are the people that he's obviously had a discussion over the counter, so to speak, about Flat Earth with. And because he's friendly with them, he's like, "Do you want to come out for a curry and we'll talk about it at the curry because it's Flat Earth Friday."
Yeah, but the answer to my question is, you mean next Friday, a week from now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Breaking up a little bit. Have you knocked something off? Knocked something out? The cable?
No, I'm just a bit further away from the microphone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's it.
And I was loading some.
But the one time, on all of the times, there's somebody there that wants to disagree, unless it's just me and Craig having a curry, if you know what I mean. But the times that I've been that he's brought along a Glober, it's been fairly standard 2015 normie globe belief put to me, and then going through the standard. It's a Flat Earth Debate is the only way I can describe it, but over a curry. Now, because it's specifically organised in that way, in other words, it's not just, do you want to come down for a curry? A mate of mine has a few mates over and it'll be a fun curry. It's like, no, it really does have a specific purpose. Flat Earth Friday, that's what it is. And the idea is that people, they know exactly why they're going, is my point.
Right. So basically what that then means, it translates to is, it could turn aggressive and nasty and Craig style.
Yeah.
It's got that potential, but usually because they're just normies, they're asking all the basics. Well, I don't know, what's the moon kind of shit? They're asking that kind of question.
To a certain extent, yes. But absolutely on both fronts. It could easily and has got a little bit volatile. Because obviously it's like when we say share your pain.
What you should consider doing, Nathan, is you should consider extending that to Paula cooks everyone a meal. We sit around a table, you film it, and we do a Flat Earth Debate round the table. But you've got all your recording devices there.
Well, what you're saying is do it with cameras, because other than my wife having to do the cooking, there's perfectly good curry house. Not that my wife can't cook a curry; she's all right, actually.
You know what? I'm just painting the picture.
Yeah, but what you're saying is do that with cameras. Nah, then your normie participant, he might be happy to argue the toss about whether or not Earth's a globe with next man on the next table not really supposed to be listening. But as soon as you put cameras in, it changes the whole dynamic. But potentially in future, that might be something that molds into a thing, right? You break bread and discuss Flat Earth Debate. Why not?
That'd be awesome. Breaking bread and sharing the goblet of blood, Jesus Christ blood. The symbology of that is that is so brilliant.
Well, that's where it may go. I mean, today's the first day. I've technically had a full week out of this computer without it crashing. I'm sure you've kept up with the fact that it's been very unreliable, right?
Yeah, we've had numerous conversations about whether you should change the power pack.
There's nothing wrong with the power supply.
I know you keep saying, but it keeps going. It's the only thing you've not changed.
It's only because it's the only thing I've not changed. Nah, it's fine. I've now it's under heat control. I figured out I can tune it. You know, not being able to control it through heat, as in it's always overheating. You can never really figure out what voltages to set anything to because you don't know where instabilities come from heat, and that's normally always. So now that I've not got that problem, it's only taken a couple of weeks since, because I literally 2 weeks ago, Craig put a fresh install of Windows on, and I had to put all the software on fresh. So it's like when you were going to a shop, buy a new computer, put it on your desk, and you're like, right, what am I going to put on this? Well, that's what I've done, like a fresh, brand new computer. Well, 2 weeks later, I'm like, it's not crashing, everything works. Every time I press the button for this to work, it does it. I need to make a backup now. So long as it survives today, can't see any reason why it won't. But that's a full week of shows without any of them having any problems. And now I can make a proper backup of my C drive, which I've been waiting to do for 14 months. So it's quite a big
Is
day.
that why you went on for so long yesterday?
And why I've started today to early to an extent, yeah. I really want to push it to the limits. I want to know that it can do 3 or 4 hours live, which is the most demanding it is. It's recording from the graphics card. Go on. One more
Are you
time.
recording this right now?
If you ever see me do anything ever, I'm always recording.
No, I know, but usually you'll say, like, so this is the pre-show now then?
Yeah, this is the pre-show. That's what I said to you. I'll set up now, the show. Talk to me about Flat Earth Friday on the show, is what I said. I did make it explicitly clear.
I didn't know you were recording now.
Of course I'm recording. You're in Google Hangout. You having me on? You that out of touch? Oh, fine. If I am here, I'm considering me to be
international phone call.
If you're always, yeah, but it's not, is it? We're not having a Skype call. It's not like the 2 or 3 hours we've just spent on the phone with each other. I'm like, should I start the show early so we can talk about Flat Earth Friday on the show? That's what I said to you.
Yeah, I didn't know you meant to start the pre-show and recording it. I thought you meant just getting a hangout.
No, I mean for the show. Well, okay.
It's fine.
I didn't think that was ambiguous. I apologise if that was ambiguous in any way.
I just didn't realise you meant start the pre-show. I thought you meant just log into a hangout. And when you said start the show, I thought you just meant having just chat online instead of chatting on the phone.
Nah, if I'm gonna chat off the record, so to speak, if you want to put it in those terms, then I'll just talk to you on Skype.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were doing. Continuing that.
But then I was like, anyway, let's not go around in these circles 5 minutes.
Well,
but yeah, in regards to the things that we can't talk about that were recorded, you can talk about whatever you like there, Anthony. It's not like it's.
Well, obviously now I know it's recorded. I know which topics I won't be talking about.
No, not now. I'm talking about if you happen to decide that you're going to come down on Friday, which is a hell of a jaunt for you. But it's because
yeah.
The reason I've suggested it is because there's been many weeks, like literally multiple weeks, where I've arranged to do this, and then for whatever reason, either me or one of the participants that makes it worthwhile, in other words, someone that's like, Flat Earth, you idiot, want to come out for a curry? That's what Craig's been doing. But then, for whatever reason, scheduling, including him and me, I've had to cancel them. So now we're in a position where I'm like, well, now there's going to be like not loads, but a whole bunch of people all sat around a table on this particular Friday next week. And a good chunk of them are for you, me, maybe Craig, his son, a few others that are flat earthers that are there. Some of that are on the fence, but the majority that are not. But they know exactly why they're there. So it should be a laugh for us.
Yeah, I'm at the point in this topic now where I don't care anymore. I don't care what these anti-flat earthers say anymore. I mean, I've literally got someone that's arguing about, that quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson about the ball. He said, I calculated that the trajectory of the ball was aided by the rotation of Earth or whatever it was, however he worded it. I've actually got him arguing that he didn't mean that the Earth was rotating under the ball when he said that. And I'm like, or you just don't understand what's going on and you're trying to pass it on to me. It's just ridiculous. Their argument style is ridiculous. They don't see their own contradictions.
Exactly. So you reach the point of indifference, right? You reach the point where you're like, I really don't care. It doesn't concern me if at the end of this conversation you don't believe me when I'm providing you with hard, fast facts and you're just providing yourself with contradictions. At that point, it's like this serves me no benefit. It's a folly. But for a laugh, if I'm getting a curry in me, then that sounds like well, that's my subject matter, right? I'm going to be motivated purely because it's a laugh. I've got no skin in the race beyond, well, I can win the race, but I don't have to win the race. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't feel any obligation whatsoever.
That's the word, obligation. I'm in no way obligated to convert anybody during this process. And if I don't care. Whereas the people who in the past have been at these sorts of curries, they feel like they suddenly for no seemingly no reason have a massive investment in this argument, and they don't even know why. Whereas, like you say, or I would be, I'm like, well, I don't care. I know it's flat. It makes no difference to me if you believe me or not. I'm not trying to convert you, mate. You can either take what I say as facts, which they are, or not. You don't have to believe anything. But if you don't, you don't have to believe what you like.
It's like the indisputable fact that the Earth is measured flat with planar surveyors. Why do geodetic surveyors even exist if it was measured as a curve? They shouldn't even exist, but they do exist. Well, what's the explanation for that? Whatever they come up with, they don't recognize the contradiction, because if it was measured as a curve, they would never need to even exist, because it would already they would have it already. It's that moment when you ask them that question and they don't look back to you with the conflict recognition that you expect. They're in a position of conflict. They don't even recognize it. They start arguing for why it would exist rather than acknowledge that it's a conflict. When you're at that point, you just realize that these people just don't get it. It is the most ridiculous topic in the world, though.
Maybe because from a Western world person's point of view, maybe because they've been born and bred and indoctrinated into automatic acceptance that Earth is a sphere. Therefore, it seems stupid.
Yeah, of course. And for that is exactly why it seems stupid to even have the conversation. How could it be that science is wrong and all that? And then you realize it's not that science is wrong. Science absolutely knows what's going on. They just don't want you to work it out.
But that's wrong on many levels, but we won't get into that.
Well, it leads you down the only explanation. The consequence of it, for me at least, is that it answers the question, well, why are we here? And the answer for why we exist, why do we actually exist, is because we were put here by somebody or something, be that God or otherwise. I read a really cool article by Einstein. He was writing a letter to, I don't remember who it was now, but he referenced God in his letter, and he used a capital G when he should have used a lowercase g, because he was basically saying God only knows whether this will stick. And in that context, God would be a lower g, but he capitalized it. And I'm like, did he capitalize that on purpose? Was that like a Freudian slip? He deliberately referenced God in a capital G because he's acknowledging God's existence by saying it. Or was it simply a typographical translation by the translator from German back to English, and he put it in? But it seems that it was capitalized originally. And I'm like, that's very interesting. Einstein acknowledging God with a capital G. Could it be that he actually knows that we were created? Because that's where it takes you. It literally takes you to creation.
Right. Bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Yeah, that's where it takes you. And do you know what? You and I have spoken about this before, but we were both brought up with Christian views. Christianity is the base principle existence for our childhood, right? So we both know about the Bible and Jesus Christ and all that. And we were taught principally the same shit. We might disagree on minor bits along the way, but fundamentally we accept that God is the Father, God is the Son, God is the Holy Spirit. It's a trilogy. Whether that's true or not is not really the point. That's what we were taught, and that's what we both principally agree on.
Trinity.
Yeah, the Trinity, right?
You said trilogy.
So, trilogy, did I?
Lethal Weapon 1, 2, and 3.
But it does take you to that point, because I've never really been against creation. I've never really been against evolution. I've kind of always been on the fence, because how am I intelligent enough to work it out either way? I'm not. I don't credit myself with that intellect, and I don't think that most of us credit ourselves with the ability to work it out, because most of us don't have enough knowledge at a young adult life, like 20s, 30s. You haven't experienced life enough yet. You haven't worked out what's right and wrong and all that. I think it's arrogant to think that you could know it one way or the other at any age, like below 30, because you've just not had enough time to think about it. And especially if you've got a mortgage, you've got a couple of kids. But this topic is pushing me ever closer to creation as being the why for why we're here, than evolution ever took me away from it. The evolution argument's nonsense, but I was never comfortable in thinking about possibility that there might be some kind of intelligent design creating us, because it seems sci-fi. But I'm now at the point where it's the only explanation there is. By excluding evolution and that nonsense, it means that what else is left? There isn't really any other alternative. That for me was like, that's where it's pushing me. It's pushing me more to a creationist environment than I ever was ever before. And even despite being a Christian, bringing up in an 80s world where Church of England was the way forward, or Christianity was the way forward, I was brought up into that, and I still wasn't on. I was on the edge of it, looking in, as I'm sure you were. But now I'm like, there is no other explanation. Are you not in the same vein yourself?
Well, summarised by QE as a true dichotomy, isn't it? Once you eliminate one of those options, as you described it, once you eliminate evolution, there is only one other alternative: an external force created us. So that's a true dichotomy based on the ontological primitives. That's what you've just.
But are you not at the same point? Are you not at the same point where I am, where you know that evolution's bunk? So like because that's the only alternative. You've got to be looking at it, going, how are we going to prove it one way or the other, rather than saying could be, probably not, but evolution might still. So I'll flip back to that for now. I can't even go back to that, me personally.
I mean, I don't know what you're asking, really. If you're saying, would I accept something that's been disproven? Well, obviously not.
Yeah, but because of the effect being that, well, that means that the only other thing is that there must be a creator, be that God or Allah or whoever. I mean, I make a distinction between Christianity over Judaism, over Islam, over Catholicism. I see them as football teams. I see them as the red team, the blue team, the green team, the yellow team, right? And if there is one that's right, then all of the others are wrong. And I'm not interested in picking a side in that respect. What I'm interested in is it creation regardless of the creator, or is it actually evolution? And it's clearly not evolution. So you are only left with a creator, regardless of his identity, regardless of Allah, or we're talking about principally the same thing. Yeah, everyone fucking fights about it in the real world. Look at Israel and Palestine right now. They're all fighting over land, essentially. It's to do with who believes what rights they've got to that land because da-da-da-da-da. How important is that if people are killing each other over it? And that's fundamentally what's going on in Israel. And I'm looking at that thinking, now I understand why Jerusalem is being fought over a lot, because Jerusalem is currently occupied by Palestine, which is an Islamic-based religion, country, section of society. And they're claiming that the rights to Jerusalem is being theirs because da-da-da-da-da. And Israel is saying, hang on a minute, you're there because we let you be there. And look, you're killing all our people, da-da-da-da-da. And then they have a fight, and then lots of people die. And I'm watching this play out, and I'm thinking, now I understand why Jerusalem and Israel and Palestine, why it matters to them. Because if we are created and it's not evolution, all of those people that are fighting in the name of their God, whichever God it is they're fighting for, they're all essentially flat earthers that they don't yet realize the flat earthers, because we didn't come here because of evolution. So it makes it important to me now. I'm looking at the Jerusalem argument and whether Israel and Palestine and who's right and who's wrong or not. And I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the argument's for. I know some of the arguments. I know some of the rebuttals. I'm finding that really interesting, because I'm being pushed into it because of people like the Rumpus that aren't able to persuade me that we live on a spinny water ball. And does that make me a God lover? No. But it makes me realize that they're lying about what they call science. It's not true. So they're pushing me towards it because they can't prove their own claim. That's really, really important epistemologically for any human, because it makes that Israel-Palestine fight important. They are fighting over something that they believe to be true. Turns out it is true. It's just a case of which one is it that gets the rights to it. Who cares? But it makes that conflict really interesting for me at my point in my journey.
Interesting. Yeah, don't disagree. This is interesting.
And then obviously the minute that the anti-flat earthers get the sound bites of me saying that, and you get the likes of Dawn Treader coming back to me saying, "Ha ha, you believe in God," and I'm like, Yeah, you've literally just twisted everything I said. I didn't say that at any point. I literally said the opposite, whether it be God or Allah or the Virgin Mary, whatever. Whoever you put your deity as, there has to be a deity of some kind. There has to be a supernatural something that's beyond us, because we didn't evolve from monkeys. That makes that argument important. It's their failure to show that we live on a spinny water ball that makes me go, so we must be created then. And then they try ridiculing that. So no matter what you do there, if you accept that the Earth's not a spinny water ball in a vacuum, you are going to end up looking at the God looking back at you at the bottom of the glass, like he says. It's such a good analogy.
Werner Heisenberg.
It was Heisenberg, actually. That was the letter to Heisenberg.
What, from Einstein?
Yeah. It was Heisenberg he wrote to, because I remember him saying about the... no, it was Schrodinger. Schrodinger's cat he was referencing. So it could have been Heisenberg or it could have been Schrodinger. It was one or the other. I can't remember which. I only read it the other day. I'm going to look it up, actually. It's one or the other. I can't remember which. But I just found it... My focal point was that he capitalized the word God in his letter when it should have been lowercase. And I wondered, was that a translation error? But it was in the original letter. And I'm like, that's interesting. Why would it, surely Einstein, of all people, would put that as a lower G?
Like you say, it could just be the translation, though, couldn't it?
No, because there was a picture of his actual letter underneath. I couldn't see all the words of it because I couldn't translate them all in my head myself. But I just scanned down for the word God, because that's going to be the same word. And it was capitalized. And I was like, huh, Einstein, of all people, capitalizing the word God. Why would he do that? Of all people, he would be the least person that you would expect to do that. It's almost like an embedded confession, isn't it? He deliberately puts it there for people to spot it, and if they do spot it, they question it.
Yeah, you said it was like a Freudian slip.
Accidentally, on purpose.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much to give credit to any of this narrative, to be honest. It's like reading into NASA saying they've struck the moon like a bell because it might support your narrative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone in Discord, by the way.
Morning, Nathan.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Yeah.
Good.
It's absolutely pouring with rain where I am right now, like torrential, not storm, but unusually heavy rain. It's normally relatively dry this time of the year, but pouring with rain at the minute.
I like the rain when I'm indoors.
Not if the roof's leaking. I've had to have the roof out to make a short-term fix because I've got a problem with my roof.
What's the short-term fix? Bucket inside?
No, it's the apex of the roof where three angles meet at the point where they all meet together, and there's it's leaking in from there, and it's running down the joists and dropping in at some other point. So I'm seeing the effect of it in a different area. It makes me think it's one thing, but if you follow the water trace back, it's the apex of the roof. I don't know whether it needs repointing or whatever. He's going to come and fix it. He said, but he's just too busy in a minute because everyone's roof's leaking. So he's maybe a short-term fix, which is basically a cloak that he's put over it to stop the rain from falling in, and then he's siliconed it so it doesn't blow off in the wind. He'll get to me in a few weeks, but at least the roof stopped leaking now in the short term.
Right.
I've gone ultra posh as well. I've gone from having 2.5 aerials, one that didn't work, on the roof, giving me signals that went to the house, to the televisions in each room, to one big, massive juggernaut aerial that picks everything up. That's now mounted in the loft space, so it's not even external. All the other ones have been removed, so it looks clean and tidy. There's not wires everywhere. And then the signal from that big super monster aerial goes into one of those electric signal splitters. So one signal goes in and 8 comes out of it. And then you can also plug in an FM aerial antenna into it as well to get even more stuff via the airwaves. And now I've got the wires dropping into the rooms that I want them in. So I've got a proper decent HD signal in all of the televisions in the house, in all of the rooms that I want them in. And there's no external aerials on display. It's wireless. It looks awesome. You can't really tell that there's any. But before I had 2.5 aerials that were looking awful because they were all rotten and 90s technology, low HD, low quality SD aerial signals. It were awful. But now it's all streamlined, modern, pretty.
So that's why you're following the war. You got the HD TV.
Yeah, I've actually got it plumbed into my computer. So I've got Sky News, actually the broadcast of Sky News, not the live broadcast online, the actual television broadcast, because the signal's much better. I don't know why, it just is. And I'm watching this Sky, like the developments in that area about what's going on and why and all that. I'm watching that pretty much live without having to be in the other room watching the telly that's got the only signal that was working because the other two weren't working properly because of the storms. And I feel so posh because of it now, because of like I've got the telly where I want them.
Yeah, but like you're watching the TV again is what I'm saying. It's like, how do you know what's going on, what they're saying, kind of thing. Like I figure.
Listen, I take your point. I totally get what you're saying about the biases for and against the propaganda of Sky News and the BBC. You're right, but when they say things like there's going to be a 4-day peace whilst all the Palestinians vacate, and I'm thinking, let's see whether Israel actually do it, and then they've got the cameras there, and there's no bombs going off, and Israel are actually respecting the 4-day peace, and I'm thinking, so Israel do seem to be playing by the rules. They've given them 4 days and they're moving these people around and they're not bombing them all up. And then the next day it's just boom, 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 they're hammering it. And it's like, I just find it interesting to see because I'm genuinely interested in the conflict now because I realize that we're not on a spinning water ball.
But that could be part of the hook. That could be part of the hook though. You could be part of their hook and you not even know it, that's their hook for you.
Yeah, of course. I realize that. And the only way to know is to really be there. Because I don't believe anything I see on the telly, especially when it's interpretation or opinions, because we've all got them, right?
Well,
I want to see it.
I'm not necessarily saying not to like believe everything you see. I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying like if it's a hook and that's their plan, then we should see it for a hook and like, you know what, I'm not going to be part of this hook, because you never know what could slip in through this hook.
Right? No, I'm watching it with critical eyes. I don't believe anything I see because like a lot of these so-called women and children that are getting killed, they're being represented by the father that's recently lost his wife and his 4, 5, 6 kids. And Israel is saying, but we're specifically targeting those that are hiding themselves in amongst the civilian population. And here we have a civilian population guy that claims he's lost all of his family. Which is it? Is he the guy that they're looking for? They killed the rest of his family accidentally or unintentionally, but they didn't kill him and he survived because he's a cockroach. Is he actually the guy that they're looking for and he's not actually a civilian at all? Or is he genuinely a civilian and Israel are going around bombing shit out of anybody and everybody? Which way round is it? I'm not blind to the way that it probably could be, should be, and they're not going to tell us. But I don't believe that all of these people are bait. I mean, I've seen a load of videos where the air raid sirens are going off whilst there was 4 blokes carrying what looked like a dead body on a stretcher. And basically they put the stretcher down on the floor and 5 blokes ran away. There were only 4 there that were supposed to be living and the guy on the stretcher ran off.
Well, let me say this. All right, that's fine. You said the critical eye. Well, how critical is your eye? Like how much is slipping by and how much is not slipping by?
I know. I'm not blinded by the news just because I'm not one of them that watches the news and believes that I'm being told the truth. I'm definitely not one of them. I'm totally skeptical. I don't believe it's Wednesday unless I know it's Wednesday myself just because Sky News tell me it's Wednesday. I'm not stupid. I know that they lie about everything.
All right.
They tell you only what they want you to see. Hey, did you all this misgendering? Like you get a lot of guys that are now dressing up as girls and complaining that they're getting misgendered whilst they were out.
I'm not touching that subject.
No, I don't want to have to tick that YouTube box. No.
Oh, you're not allowed to talk about that?
Well, depends on what you say, but I'd just rather not have to monitor what you're saying in that regard when I know there's a potential for ticking a YouTube box. just not do it.
What is the tick box that you've got to say? Tick.
Just you potentially going to be perceived as attacking protected groups specifically.
No. I was gonna equivocate. I was going to equivocate when I hear these guys saying this with the anti-flat earthers that say, well, gravity's not really a force, but you can think of it as a force, and it creates a force, and it does all these other things. It's literally the same as them guys doing what they're doing. They're just the anti-flat earthers version of it. I hear them saying what they're saying, but I translate it to anti-flat earth nonsense, and that's literally what they're doing. In the same way that he's dressing up as a girl, saying things that are girl related, you've got the anti-flat earthers that are dressing up science, a pseudoscience, but masquerading it as science. It's a direct equivocation. That's literally what the anti-flat earthers are doing.
Fair enough.
I don't think that means you need to tick the box, though.
That's pretty close to the line, actually, but don't worry about
it. Well, I don't think I'm gonna cross it. But just next time you see one of those type videos, and we all know the videos that I'm talking about, you can just literally paraphrase what they're saying and change it into anti-flat earth nonsense, and you have the exact same video with the same intended effect. And now people are getting wise to it and going, hang on a minute, that's not science. That's pseudoscience. Or you're dressing it up as science. That doesn't make it science.
Right. I mean, at the moment, we're on the vibe that when they're not just hijacking science, but claiming globe, in reality, they're actually utilizing a flat plane to do so. Whenever they reference any measurement, Anthony, in physical reality, it will reference a flat plane because that's all they can measure.
Yeah, they're using Euclidean geometry to do it.
Well, they're just using a flat plane to reference in the first instance. Most of their claims start with a horizontal plane of reference to make their claim. They just don't know it. So they're using flat Earth. They just don't even know it.
It was Schrodinger that Einstein was writing to.
Okay.
Can I read this letter?
Yeah.
It might be something of nothing, but it's just worth reading just to be aware that it exists regardless. It might have nothing in it. Dear Schrodinger, you are the only contemporary physicist besides Lau who sees that one cannot get around the assumption of reality if only one is honest. Most of them simply do not see what sort of risky game they are playing with reality. Reality as something independent of what is experimentally established. They somehow believe that quantum theory provides a description of reality and even a complete description. This interpretation is, however, refuted most elegantly by your system of radioactive atom plus Geiger counter plus amplifier plus charge of gunpowder plus cat in a box, which is the something function of the system. The something function of the system contains the cat both alive and blown to bits. Is the state of the cat to be created only when the physicist investigates the situation at some definite time? Nobody really doubts that the presence or absence of the cat is something independent of the act of observation. But then the description by means of the something function is certainly incomplete, and there must be a more complete description. If one wants to consider the quantum theory as final in principle, then one must believe that a more complete description would be useless because there would be no laws for it. And if that were so, then physics would only claim the interest of the shopkeepers and the engineers. The whole thing would be a wretched bungle. You are completely right to emphasize that the complete description cannot be built on the concept of acceleration, nor, it seems to me, can it be built on the particle concept. Only one of the tools of our trade remains, the field concept. But God only knows whether this will stand firm. I think it is worthwhile to hold on to this, i.e. the continuum, as long as one has really no sound arguments against it. But it seems certain to me that the fundamentally statistical character of the theory is simply a consequence of incompleteness of the description. This says nothing about the deterministic character of the theory. That is thoroughly nebulous. That is a thoroughly nebulous concept anyway. so long as one does not know how much has to be given in order to determine the initial state. It is rather rough to see that we are still in the stage of our swaddling clothes, and it is not surprising that the fellows struggle against admitting it. Yours, Einstein. And when I read it, I was like, basically, he's saying an awful lot of fluff here. He's basically saying that we don't really know anything. But I just found it pertinent that he used God with a capital G, because he shouldn't have used a capital G in the reference to God that he made. It should have been a lower G, because he's not personifying God. He's acknowledging God as a status, but he's not personifying him. So it should have been lowercase. And I'm like, that's interesting. Why would he do that? It's just interesting that he wrote to Schrodinger about his cat. That's basically all it is.
Yeah, but it's still interesting. I mean, even though,
Yeah,
I question the narrative in its entirety, including Einstein himself and, what we have about him. But even within the narrative, it's interesting, isn't it?
yeah. Because he's kind of acknowledging that he doesn't really know anything, if you accept that physicality is reality.
I check.
Anyhow.
My internet is shit.
Yeah, we found
Your
that out
internet's
yesterday.
all shit.
Nah, but it's even worse now. God, I came into Master B, and I didn't even see the link.
Is it not the same link every day?
Yeah, but it didn't come up on mine. I even started saying, Nathan, where are you? Let's go. Then it came up, but I didn't get it. Terrible. Today's a sad day, though, isn't it?
Why is that?
What do you mean? 43 years ago today, John Lennon was assassinated. Terrible. I remember exactly where I was. I was watching Monday Night Football with the stereo on. Dragon Attack was on by Queen, and I was watching a football game, a Monday Night Football. And Howard Cosell came in. Says, former John Lennon shot dead on arrival. I said, what the freak?
The weird thing is, John Lennon's mum was killed by an off-duty cop. He was allegedly drink driving, but it was buried and he never got prosecuted for it, and he never went down for the manslaughter. I think he might have gone down for the manslaughter, but anyway, his mum was killed by an off-duty cop. She was making her way home after a night out, and that was the reason why John Lennon was so lovey-dovey, because it was the rejection of allowing the authorities to legislate or control what was going on in the real world. He didn't like that because they covered it up, in his opinion, rightly or wrongly, they covered it up. And he didn't want to give any jurisdiction to any authorities, and that's why he was all lovey-dovey. And when you know that his mum was killed by an off-duty cop and he held on to that for a long time, it explains a lot of why he was the way he was. Because he was different to everybody else, right?
Hey, Sleeping Warrior. I hate to change the subject on you. Did you hear what's going on with Rachie debating with people like Fight the Tight Shirt and stuff?
I gave up on Rachie months ago. I wouldn't know what she is. Or
Give her up.
It wouldn't surprise me, but to be honest, my opinion is that I thought that she would get her head around it if she was an honest and genuine person. The fact that she didn't means one of two things. It means that she's either not open and honest as a genuine person, or she was intentionally planted in this topic as a stooge, and like as a honey trap. Because like a lot of people say that she's attractive, and if that's the case, I think that she's intentionally planted to try and attract attention, and she definitely attracted attention. It doesn't surprise me that she swapped sides allegedly, but I don't believe that it's honest or sincere. And when I worked that bit out, I just shut her off.
Yeah, I know, because we had that discussion on whether she actually changed sides or she was being bullied into, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess it was changing sides. I guess I don't know what you call it.
Did she ever really change sides in the first place, though? That's really the question. I mean, was she ever a convincing flat earther to you? And even though she was like on her journey and I always gave her leeway for when she made mistakes or whatever, because I give a lot of people mistakes, right? Leeway if they make mistakes, because I make them myself. Just because you might get something wrong on one day doesn't mean that you're an idiot or whatever. But the question in my head now with regards to Rachel is, was she ever really an honest and genuine inquirer of whether the Earth's a sphere or flat? I don't credit her with that anymore. I don't know how you can ever go back to the ball, or unless she's just lacking that much in capacity, mental IQ, that she just doesn't get it. Then that would explain it.
That's
But
what I put it down to. When I unsubscribed, that's just what I rationalised it with. She's just too dumb to get this, rather than, oh, is she a stooge, as you put it?
I think
that's not it.
I think she is intelligent enough to get it. So that's why I think she's a stooge. She's not dumb. But she's acting like she's dumb.
I never paid enough attention to her to really make any kind of decisions, but I've heard her say some really dumb things.
Yeah. Is that intentional or is it accidental? I mean, I've said numerous things in the past that might be, some people would say, well, that was dumb. And I'll go, yeah, but that's where I was at that time. Maybe that was dumb, but at that time, it was right. For me, it was right. But when I've said to her in the past, like, Rachel, you do realize that you're really weak on scientific method. Why is it that you're not looking at scientific method? And she will swerve it like it's cancer. She will not go into scientific method whatsoever. She just rejects it straight. And it's that outright rejection that makes me think that she has to be a stooge, because if she was being honest and sincere, she would go into scientific method, work out why it's important, and then work out what it does and what it doesn't do. And then at that point, then I would say, well, she is being honest and open and sincere. But she just won't even consider it. Shut up. She won't even consider it. She literally swerves it. And I'm like, well, that for me is the line.
So she rejects proof.
She doesn't accept that scientific method proves the cause of an effect. She thinks that you can speculate, you can pontificate, you can go all wits it and speculate about wild things that could also cause it instead, that you can't prove, and she won't accept that. She just ignores it. She won't accept the criticism that even if that was the case, it needs to be proven. Therefore, it isn't science. It's not scientific. She just looks past it as though it's, well, I don't need it to be scientific. I can say it anyway. And when you have somebody that's overtly ignoring it, and I've told her several times that she's not strong on that topic, that area, she needs to look into it, because it would stop her from saying a lot of stupid stuff if she realised that there's no independent variable here. She just ignores it. Well, what's the only thing you can conclude in that situation?
Lack of comprehension, too dumb to get it. Like I say, that's how I rationalise it.
Intentional swear. Oi, pack it in.
Or it could be a philosophical, she might be philosophically stunted, whereas she doesn't accept there is an objective truth that can be proven. She won't even look at it, the information, to see how it does prove it. That's a possibility, and I've seen that quite a bit. I mean, the globe it's kind of traumatized 100, 200 years worth of people now. It's like they got a Stockholm syndrome for it.
Why did she never come to Flat Earth debate? All the times I invited her, she constantly made excuses for it. Well, she was up to something and she knew she wouldn't get away with it here. End the story. She's a plant.
If you
I
say
read
so.
up recently refracted. I read up recently on Stockholm syndrome. It's funny you should mention it.
And
Interesting, just people being captive to the abuser. It's just very, very interesting. Anybody want me to sing a John Lennon song?
no thanks. But just for the audience's benefit, if you can explain what Stockholm syndrome is.
Well, I'm going to be covering it in my presentation. It's part of the cult presentation.
Oh, is it really?
so-
Oh, okay, cool.
Well, because like refracted, it's just interesting that refracted mentioned it. That's all. Could I change the subject if I may? This
Yeah.
St. B's thing that's been opened.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that was about.
Yeah, well, Adam set that up. And what do you know? What's really interesting about that St. B's thing is that when we had the Newtonian telescope that I was telling you about, we went to the Lake District. We spent a week in the Lake District, and we went to C scale, which is just a little bit further down from that. Anthony, you'll know, won't you? That C scale. It's just a bit down.
C coat or C scale?
C scale.
I'm not familiar with that, if I'm honest.
It's literally, if you look at Google Maps or Google Earth, it's just a bit below St. B's.
Okay.
It's just on the same coast. And the thing is, we actually we were speaking to a few locals there because we rocked up on the beach with the Newtonian, and it was a disaster. The whole thing was a disaster. But we set up just on a wall, excuse me, just before the beach. And then we started talking to locals because obviously you rock up with a Newtonian, 10-inch Newtonian, and then there's people all around you and you're chatting and stuff. And then we were just talking about how far the Isle of Man is and stuff, and how the locals were saying, yeah, on a good day you can see it with your naked eye and stuff. So it's just really interesting. I'm just pointing out, it's interesting that was an area of interest that we wanted to shoot over to the Isle of Man, and it just didn't work out. And then since the Truth Seeker, we just haven't been back there. But it's really interesting that this St. B's thing has now just been developed as a subject topic matter,
Well, you say just now developed as a subject. This is like Groundhog Day in one sense. Of course.
40
years ago.
You've hammered it to death, yeah, with P900s and P1000s, yeah, I get it.
And you know what? I wouldn't mind, but like they even said to me at times, like I think it was either Sly Sparkane or I think it was Sly. He said to me, "Well, hey Riley, go back to the beach and get it again. Get that same image from the beach." I'm like, okay. So I went back to the beach, and visibility wasn't always kind every time I went. Sometimes it was really poor, even though the weather was nice. And other times when it's cold, wet, and windy, but the visibility is fantastic. That's the time then that you've got to go down. And I went back and I got the same footage. And I just got tumbleweed. He just completely ignored it, even though it's impossible on their model to get it from the beach. And I got it from the beach. They just won't acknowledge it.
What did you see? Have you got links and stuff, Anthony, to some of your stuff?
Yeah. So
I'd be really interested in seeing what you've got and what you.
I'd have to dig it all out because there's a lot of footage on one of my old hard drives. But essentially, it's like. It was just the topography of the land. I mean, there's a low-lying bit of land. And they say, oh, well, why can't you see the rest of it, like the low-lying land, when you're at the beach? And I'm like, well, you've got waves. Depending on how low you get, but you've got that heat haze coming off the water, evaporating water. Yeah. And that does all sorts of weird things to the light.
Yeah, of course it does, yeah.
And the more evaporating water or vapor there is off the surface,
did you? Somebody had mentioned in that St. B's Skype chat.
The less you can see, clear.
Sorry, go on.
The point was, I went on a windy day.
You're chopping a little bit, Anthony.
I went back on a windy day when the dogs are having a mad minute. Basically, I went back on a windy day because the visibility was better, and although it was cold, wet, and windy, visibility was great. I got the same footage. They just ignore it. They're like, you can't get that from the beach on a globe, so you mustn't be on the beach. I'm like, I'm literally laying on the beach, and I get the same footage. Oh, well, you cherry-picked when you could get it. Doesn't matter if I cherry-picked it or not. The fact is I can get it. So what does that tell you for your model? We're not going to make any drama about this. We're going to ignore it because it doesn't suit their narrative.
Yeah, sure.
There was a couple of places up and down the cliff face. There's a couple of places up and down the cliff face where Miles the Liar Davis said that if you were able to get the same footage from this lower point, he would have to reconsider his position. So I went back and I got the same footage from his position, and he wouldn't accept it. He vanished. I think he had a few health problems, but from our perspective, it looks like he'd run away.
He would have never changed his position.
No, of course not.
Well, what's interesting, I've just been looking today from that St. Bees vantage point, and then just looking over at the Isle of Man, and then because obviously there's I think there's about 3 lighthouses, isn't there? There's that Foghorn. There's basically there's like the as you pan down, there's like promenades and stuff of Douglas, and then you've got like roads that are right literally on the edge and stuff that are only 7 meters high and stuff. You
can see cars driving on those roads from the car park, right?
So did you achieve that?
Yeah, Nathan was there one day, right? Because Mackle Lighthouse has got a 3 flash every 10 seconds sequence.
Right.
So every 10 seconds it'll go plip, 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 and then there'll be a pause.
Yeah.
Plip, 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 then there'll be a pause. The day Nathan came down, we were testing Miles the Liar Davis's claim that you couldn't see it from the car park. Well, we went to the car park and we could see it. All right, it required the camera because you're looking into blackness and you're looking at the faintest of faint dots. But we could see it, and you're not meant to see it on a sphere, even at the higher elevation. And when Miles said, "Well, we'll go down to that car park then," and I was like, "Come on, then, Nathan, let's do it." Nathan drove up there. We went out that night. Nathan was the witness. He saw it. And this is where they don't mention the lighthouse argument comes from, because they say Nathan was being intentionally dishonest. Well, imagine a black screen with a couple of pixels right in the middle of it that's going flash, 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 and then nothing. And that's all it is. That's what you're literally looking at. It's just a black screen with a couple of pixels in the middle.
Wrong. Wrong. Perfect globe proof.
Yeah. Nathan's point was if you show that, they will claim that it's a perfect globe proof. So don't show it because it gives them the opportunity to claim globe. And I'm like, but Miles Davis said that if I could get this from the car park, he'd have to change his position. And Nathan was like, no. They'll just claim that it's the Batman symbol in the sky, and we're not looking at the lighthouse. We're looking at the projected beam from the lighthouse, and it's arcing over the Earth's curve. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what they'll do. They'll just claim ownership of it. Now, all you're looking at is a black screen with white pixels in the middle, right? You have no idea whether that's a lighthouse, but for the fact that it's flashing at the sequence of 3 clips every 10 seconds. Well, it's clearly the lighthouse.
That is actually factually not quite right. So on the footage, it was dusk, right? It's not quite pitch black. It's not the middle of the night or anything. It's late evening. And out on the car park where you, me, Spurs, your ex-missus, my wife, we're all standing. And we can clearly see each other, and we can see the houses behind, caravans around us, things like that are all very clear. But in the distance, it is pitch black. But in the distance, with your naked eye, you can see the lighthouse flashing in the sequence. And on the camera, you've just got some pixels. Now, from our vantage point, it's pretty obvious what you're looking at across the bay. You're looking at the lighthouse. There's not much that will flash in that manner in a fixed position continually, and we could see it. But on the camera, and in the footage, you do spin, or your missus, who was filming it, did spin round and capture me, Spurs, you. But then when she spins round to the footage, it's 1 pixel flashing.
Yeah. Because it's 34 miles away, right? This lighthouse has only got a visible distance, a focal distance where it can be seen of 12 miles, I think it said. Might have been 14. It wasn't a lot.
I think it's 19. I've just literally been looking at it, Anthony.
Yeah, whatever number it was, we were at 34 miles away, right? It isn't possible, according to their nonsense, for that to be possibly seen from where we were. So I went onto Wikipedia and I changed that Mackle Lighthouse could be observed with the naked eye from St. Bees Beach. And then one of the anti-flat earthers went on and changed it back. And the fact that they did that was enough for me to know that it's 1985, isn't it? They're rewriting the history books because they don't want certain facts to be known. It isn't possible to see Mackle Lighthouse from the beach at St. Bees if we're on a globe. That's why they went in and changed it. It's just overtly dishonest. But they will then say, yeah, but you tried to change it on Wikipedia. Yeah, because it's factually true. So they'll ignore the fact that they've deleted it dishonestly, and they'll say, "Ah, yeah, you tried to change it on Wikipedia, didn't you?" As though they've got some kind of one-upmanship on me. And I'm like, "Yeah, but you guys had to delete it because it doesn't support your nonsense narrative." That's the focal point. So it's the fact that they do stuff like that that just tells you that you bang on the money. But I never had an ability to get any closer or any better zoom on it until you came along. And now I'm like, okay, well, we need to spend a bit of time on this, because if he can supersede my evidence with better evidence that supersedes my evidence, it's a game changer. They're not going to be able to get around this.
Do you remember what the elevation of the car park was that you shot from?
Well, I shot from a variety of places, but when we did when Nathan's referring to the lighthouse in the dark, the elevation of that above the actual sea level, probably 25, 30 feet. I think Miles Lie Davis put it at something like 115 or 90. I think he put it at 90 feet. It's literally, you can throw a stone into the water when the tide's in. You're right on the water's edge. You're elevated enough because you're behind the dock wall, the sea wall, but you're not that high behind it.
Sorry.
You'd hurt yourself if you fell down the cliff, as I found out, because I literally fell down it and ended up at the bottom of the cliff with some bruises.
Don't talk to me about falling.
Yeah. I mean, it's high enough to hurt yourself, but it's not high enough to kill yourself.
My wife was laughing on one of the last ones because my leg disappeared down a sinkhole, and I thought I were in fear of my life, and she's just laughing, I just lost my leg. My leg just completely, just woof, you know what I mean? And I thought I were a goner. But yeah, I understand. But what did you see from the beach when you got down on the deck? What did you see?
You can do the same thing. You see the same light flashing.
Really?
The only difference between the two is it's frightening on the beach because you can't tell, because it's pitch black and there's no light pollution. You can't see your hand in front of your face. You have no idea where the water is. There could be an axe murderer on there. In fact, Nathan will remember. Were you there that time, Nathan, when the walker went with his torch and he was on the cliff above us? It might have been Ranty, actually.
That might not have been me, no.
I think it was Ranty. We were on the beach minding our own business doing flat earth research, right? And there was a bloke walking his dog and he had the brightest light you've ever seen. I thought he was some kind of security guard or cop. He was on the I don't know why he was on St. B's head, but he was walking. I presume he was walking his dog. He could have been burying a body. I don't know. But he was out with his torch and he shone it on us as though we were he was like the police helicopter and we were the criminals. That's how it felt. And I got the real feeling that we were doing something wrong, even though I knew we weren't, because it was just the circumstances around it that made it feel really eerie. Anyway, he's obviously wondering, why the fuck are these dickheads on the beach in the dark? And we're wondering, why the fuck is he up there on his head in the dark? So it was one of those weird, what are you doing here? Well, what are you doing here? I asked first. It was weird. But it is so scary because it's so dark. But it makes it very easy to pick out car lights on roads, and you can go to the maps and work out which road they're on, and you realize they're at sea level almost, and you're like, so there's no bulge there then, is there? Where's the bulge? And
we wouldn't need to go at night because of the power of the truth seeker. It would be daytime, and I'll tell you now, it's really interesting that was a location that around there that we wanted to shoot and get the Isle of Man from. It's just that it didn't work out with the Newtonian, and it's always an area that I wanted to revisit because you've got like 30, 40, 50 miles that you can actually see as you pan the Isle of Man.
And that's the beauty of the Isle of Man. You're not looking at Isle of Man side on. You're not looking at the side.
Yeah.
You're looking down the angle on it. So you're looking down it's like standing on the corner of a car, looking at the car disappearing away from you. The Isle of Man's doing the same thing. So you've got a really warped perception of reality because you're not looking at it. You're not perpendicular to it. You're looking down its arse end and you're like, how far am I actually seeing here? Am I looking into Douglas? I'm not sure we can see as far as Douglas, but we're right on the cusp of it. It's very, very close. Well, to the point where we actually went up specifically to watch the ferry go out from Heysham Docks over to Isle of Man because they were going into Douglas. And our intention, because it was a really clear day, our intention was to follow it with a line of sight all the way in if we could. We missed it. It was the other way. It was coming from Isle of Man over to Heysham. And we wanted to see if we could see it leaving the docks at Douglas. Could we see it? But we missed it because of traffic and whatnot. But it's that kind of thing. We've been looking at this area for a while, but we never had technology that was good enough to go beyond what the P900. And the P900, when you zoom all the way in, it's really poor quality. It's not good quality. You can't make stuff out. You can't. But there's enough that you can make. There's enough meat on the bone, even with the 900 at low quality. You can work out what you're looking at if you do spend a bit of time on Google Maps. And every time we were picking out landmarks and going, well, hang on a minute, look, this light here, this must be that because it lines up with this, it lines up with that. And then there's no hump. And then they're saying, nah, you've got it wrong, you idiot. You should be looking down here. And this is where it's at, or up here. They would go up and then say that that's on the horizon. But the fact that it's not on the horizon in itself, they ignore. And it's like, it's above the horizon significantly. Okay, it's a fraction of like a couple of degrees or fractions of a couple of degrees. But the reality is you're looking at it above the horizon and it should be either on the horizon or below. But you're looking at it above. Well, it's not at the horizon, it's above the horizon. I mean, that's that you're talking a huge amount of difference there, but they just won't accept it. No matter what you say, no matter what evidence, it's like that song goes, no amount of evidence can ever persuade an idiot. No amount of evidence, it seems. Well, we're looking at evidence that literally shows that it's not a ball and they can't see it, or they just choose not to see it.
Yeah, that from St. Bees Beach to Douglas Promenade is 42 miles. And then the top of sorry, go on.
We know that we can see 34 miles. So 34 to 42 miles is not that much further, but things getting much, much smaller as they get further away because of perspective. So what they say is, it's because you can't see that far because they're getting too small to see. They're still there, but you've got to be able to zoom in further. And when you zoom in further, you lose clarity on the P900. So you're not sure what you're looking at other than a blurred mess of pixels. But you might be able to see that ferry coming out of the Douglas ports. And if you can, it's game over, isn't it?
I can confidently assert that the truth seeker is going to rip it apart there. So I'm just telling you that's an area. St. Bees now, this conversation has started again from being hammered extensively. Somebody mentioned in the chat that that was an area, St. Bees to Isle of Man, that was hammered extensively in times past. But now I think it's well worth a revisit with the truth seeker. Everybody in agreement here? Everybody in agreement?
With better technology that can surpass the abilities of the P900, if we can supersede, I use that word intentionally, the previous evidence and get new evidence, then that's definitely something I'll run with because, I mean, they always come up with a plausible excuse for why it's wrong. And you're looking at it and you go, could that be is that plausible? Is it realistic? Is it possible? And you can always conclude it's possible, but then you're looking at it and you go, is that really what I'm looking at? And the answer, of course, is it balls? But it's plausible. So they create enough plausible deniability for it to be, it's not flat because we can explain it on our model. And at the end of the day, a lot of people revert back to that. That's what they'll do.
Well, I can confidently assert, having owning a P900, that the truth seeker utterly destroys it. It is not even in the same ballpark. It's not on the same field.
Why would you expect to see Earth curve below sea level?
Well, because it gets loomed up with refraction, according to their nonsense explanation for refraction in their model, right?
It's a mirage, John.
No. Sea level, whether you're refracting what they think is the horizon or not, both of those positions are below sea level.
Yeah, I know. But if they can bring it back by applying as much mathematics as possible to explain it, then that to them is good enough.
Yeah, but the mathematics they're using is using sea level as a horizontal plane.
Well, I think there's a shock coming to the system once the truth seeker reveals the Isle of Man coastline from St. Bees and lighthouses and promenades and stuff like that. But we'll see. Well,
I'll tell you what you'll be. I don't think you'll be able to do it because there's often atmospheric effects in play. But if you were able to zoom in on that Mackle lighthouse from St. Bees and show it perched on the rocks, that's game over.
But if we get rid of the atmo,
lighthouse, let alone the rocks it's on,
Anthony, if we get rid of the atmo with infrared,
yeah. I don't know how that doesn't work in my head as well. I don't get how that works, but it seems to do exactly that. But yeah, we can do that, right? And give me a second. I'm going to have to go and strangle these dogs. 1 sec.
It will be interesting to see a repetition of the Isle of Man stuff. It really will.
Well, we can do.
I'm looking forward to it. I just want to see their mathematical models. That's what I'm waiting on. That's when I'm going to have my fun.
Nathan, what we could do is if we fall on a really good visibility day, so obviously you have to spend a few days up there and then go at the right sort of time where you're hedging your bets, and then you get that good visibility day. Well, what you can actually do is you can shoot non-infrared, so you know what I mean, you just get that, like we fell on that Gold Cliff day. It's like if you get that, wow, then you can also do a pan once you've slapped an infrared filter in as well, so you get, you're just doubling up, and it's not just a purely infrared situation. But yeah, fall on that good visibility day, and 30 miles for the truth seeker is it likes that distance. That's all I'll say.
Jack Anthony.
Yeah, I am. I'm just conscious that the dogs are yapping in the background.
I want to know how they're going to invoke bulge or geometric horizon with a flat Earth. I want to see that.
Yeah. Also, in addition to St. Bees, actually, I've found a place that's better. So, in the sense that if I was going to choose between St. Bees and this place, I would choose this place every time, because get it right and it's over dry bed, and you're talking 30 miles. So
yeah, but there's accommodation though at St. Bees, so it's like without accommodation, you've not got a base to go and have a coffee or have a poo. You've got that comfort that you can. Because
I've got a privacy sense, Anthony. I've got a privacy.
Yeah, but what I mean is, like, we've done it where we've traveled like 2-3 hours up there to get there, and then set off for like 2 hours sitting there doing nothing whilst you're waiting for the conditions to improve, and then they don't improve, and then the whole day's been wasted, and you still got to go home. And there's nothing more deflating than that, because you just think, I'm not doing that again.
Well, what we've been doing is we've been booking like a few days or a week or whatever when we can, like Airbnb in it, and then going down to to various areas. We went down to Torquay, to try and shoot 45 miles over to Isle of Portland from Hope's Nose and stuff. So we've been actually just booking and using Airbnbs and stuff, because obviously you need a few days down there to try and hedge your bets, don't you? But once you've got infrared now, it's much less an issue. But anyway, yeah, very, very interesting, this St. Bees. Funny how we went down just a few miles down. If you look at the coastline, just look at sea scale. That's where we went. It's one of the places that we took the Newtonian, and one of the reasons what made me get rid of it. Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that the two telescope names are Truth Seeker and Newtonian?
Indeed.
So the irony of that is, like, that's almost like intentionally calling it provocative names to stir up. I mean, it's almost like the P900 should have been called the Ball Earth Killer kind of thing, because that's what they should have really called that, and somebody slipped up in the design department.
You're right, Anthony. When we were talking yesterday, you were talking about how they don't really design telescopes. It's almost like they deliberately make them difficult to use for terrestrial viewing. So that's when I got all involved in this entire thing and started with the Newtonian. It was like then trying to work out and do a lot of research and a lot of understanding about how I could actually have a spotting scope, which is effectively, because people like nature, wildlife, bird watchers and stuff, they have spotting scopes and stuff, and that's the kind of thing that then drove me forward. You know what I mean? It's like how can this be done? And then obviously, just as everything just moved and developed, and I learned more and customized and tried this. There were times I had stuff on order and stuff were arriving, and I would testing stuff and sending stuff back, and you know what I mean? It was just all over the shop, really. But I would just kind of knew that I just wanted this ultimate portable land, primarily terrestrial land-based viewing, powerful scope. You know what I mean? And then got there in the end, type thing. Just really just really just finishing off now, just really cementing and finishing off, where I then don't have to think about anything further about the equipment. I'm then just literally just completely, a bit like Nathan with his computer, innit? He's been focused on his PC for the past 14 months, and that's not where your focus of attention should be, is it? It's the same here. You want just the equipment to do its job, get out of the way, and then...
Well, what you've basically done is you've progressed your desire to the point of saturation point, whereas I wanted to do that, but I didn't know how to do it. And when I took one look at the telescope and I saw how big the aperture was, I was like, holy shit, that could do the job. That's basically what I wanted to do, but I didn't know how to do it.
Neither did I.
Well, you've just got more resilience than me, because I gave up on it because I didn't know where to even start. I mean, how did you get the telescope to mount on that tripod to do the job it's doing?
Well, that took a lot. It took about 3 months of figuring out. I ordered various dovetail bars, wrong size stuff. As well, you have to work to what actual holes and screw points are in that telescope and stuff. So, because I didn't want to go drilling into it and stuff, I was considering that as a final last resort. Real customization where you're actually drilling into certain parts of it and putting in new threads and stuff. But just a long, like about a 3-4 month process of just trying to get all that figured, and finally I did. There's only one part that you can get, and I ended up getting it on AliExpress, getting it shipped over, and then it worked. And yeah, I could bore you half to death, all of you, with the customization of it and everything. But yeah, it took some doing, but I'm a very determined type.
See, obviously you've had numerous attempts where you've tried something and it didn't work, and then you obviously wrote it off as,
for
me, I gave up hope on it, because I thought, I don't have this skill set to be able to work out what bits I need. But it does make you ask, it made me ask myself, why would you buy a telescope to not look at stuff terrestrially? Yeah, I know what the telescope's for. It's to look at stars, right? But what's the point in buying a telescope that you can't look? The way, like you say, the way they make it, the way they make the mounts, it's really difficult to pan across the horizon with it, because it's set on a different angle, right? Regardless of the reasons for why, I know all that, I've heard all that, I understand it. But fundamentally, if I was to buy a telescope, I want it to do like a periscope on a submarine. I want to put it where I want to put it. I want to look at the horizon, and I want to pan round to see what else I can see that I didn't consider before. Because it might come important later on. It might not do. It might be a waste of time. But I want to be able to do that horizontal panning. I don't want to have to mess around with it, like all the different settings. You just can't do it. So when I saw your telescope and you had it set up to act like a P900, I was like, that's really, really good. That's what I was trying to work on, but I didn't know that I could ever achieve it, so I gave up on it. You've kind of done what I couldn't do.
Yeah, we've all got skill sets, don't we? We all. That's the way I see things. That we can all unite and we can all bring our strengths. We've all got our own weaknesses. We've all got our own strengths, can't we? And we just combine. And that's the key.
I didn't know
it can only be done with like a combo.
Yeah.
But yeah, what the funny thing is, Anthony, right? The beauty is that how I've actually ended up means that it is both sky and terrestrial. That's the way that I've actually finally ended up. And of course, you can get bigger Newtonian, 12 inches, 14 inch, 16 inch, and all this lot and everything. But actually, from a jack of all trades type scope, I mean, it is phenomenal in every area now. I've got full go-to, so you can point it anywhere. You can just go out, because obviously in the UK there's only 6 areas of very low light pollution for night sky viewing. Wales being one of them. Brecon Beacons.
St. Bees is almost 0. Yo.
Costantino.
Greetings.
Costantino.
Don't major on the minor, Neil. You got your name right.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Right, good. Let's do some housekeeping. Maybe we'll rattle through all of them. We'll see how we get on, okay? Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon formerly known as Earth curve.
Only in the maths.
any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Only if you assume that the stars rotating are in opposite directions and you ignore the fact that they all travel east to west. Only in that case is it evidence of axial rotation, but in all other examples, it's all east to west flight, east to west, and that's it. So probably
that's not
Can I ask
evidence.
a question?
That's something you can lean on for an inference that would require a flat Earth to require an axis.
That's the question I was going to ask. Is it safe to say you're going to need a flat Earth for that at that point?
Yeah, I think that's 2 steps further than the average anti-flat earther, though. They haven't even got their head around the black swan yet. So you're going to need a flat Earth for that with respect to the stars. It's just 2 steps too far for them.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Well, if we assume that Venus is the same size as Earth, then we can scale out the whole solar system using Kepler's third law and interplanetary motion, and then we can tell how far the sun is because we then know how its distance because reasons. So if we make a lot of assumptions, then we know the distance of the sun. But if we don't make those assumptions, we haven't got a clue that it's even a physicality.
You know, Kepler's third law is basically orbital derivations off a flat plane, right?
You don't tell me you're going to need a flat plane for that.
Yeah, you will. For orbits. You're talking about the relationship of the angles, aren't you? When you describe orbits. The angular relationships described from a flat plane are what give you orbits. You are going to need a flat plane for orbits. I did put up a video about this about a week and a half ago. Check it out. You're going to need a flat plane for orbits is the title.
Yeah, they use apogee, perigee, and interestingly enough, gravity, eccentricity is a deviation from the horizontal, and horizontal don't exist on a sphere.
They can juxtapose a flat plane on top of the sphere and describe what it does perpendicular to the axis. But perpendicular to the axis is a flat plane also. Any scientific evidence? Go ahead.
I was saying that's in a sphere, not on a sphere.
In a sphere, on a sphere. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Depends on how you define science, isn't it? If you make science, if you get a rubber band effect and stretch the definition of the word science like a rubber band in all angles, then yeah, there's loads of science for gravity, Nathan. But if you apply it literally in its limiting definition, then there is absolutely none. And that's assuming that you can define gravity accurately in the first instance, of course.
Which one?
And what is? I don't like the which one, because it legitimizes that there might be one that's right and one that's wrong.
But no, we're just going to discuss which one's wrong, but which one?
No, I don't think we can do that.
And there's multiples. There's a lot of different gravities, Anthony.
I know, but
I agree with Anthony, though. He's saying that you're legitimizing it when it's not legitimate.
I know, that's a fair criticism.
Why give the opportunity for one to be legitimate? Why don't you just kill them both?
Well pointed out, Neil. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm almost giving it credence by asking which one.
Yeah, you are giving it credence by asking which one.
Fair enough.
But that obviously now by me saying that means that when I'd like to beg the question with them and go along with their nonsense, I'm shooting myself in the foot because I shouldn't do that. I should kill it at the head.
No, but by the same token, I'm going to take the stance that you would normally take for the same educational reasons, that it's useful to have one person saying, no, I want to beg the question. This is how I'll do it and the reason why and how I will achieve my ends within their paradigm. And me saying, no, you don't need to. You can cut them off at the knees immediately. You're going to need a flat earth for that. But if you're taking the opposite position, I'm still going to take the converse position either way. It's nothing personal.
Yeah. No, it's like, for me, it depends on whether you're talking to the average normie or the rumpus. Because if it's the rumpus, you take him off at the head and never give him any leeway whatsoever. But if you're talking to, your next door neighbor, Phil, who knows that you're a flat earther, but doesn't really want to talk to you just in case you convert him into flat earth too. And then one day you start talking to him about gravity. I'm going to beg the question with him all day.
Fair enough. Speaking of scientific validity for things, any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
No. I saw you talking about that person that referred to herself as a scientist, and it turns out she was an astrologist.
No. She's a meteorologist.
Meteorologist. That's right, a meteorologist. And I just felt like saying, Nathan, why aren't you telling her that that's not science? It's study, but it's not science.
We did.
Oh, did you? You told her. What did she say?
I mean, no, we didn't tell her to her face. I mean, obviously, we've done the video about it, and Brian's got in touch with her, and off the back of his response, it's been aired in those terms. No, she's definitely a pseudoscientist. She's leaning on her, what she perceives to be science acumen, but in reality, she's there to titillate the audience. Now, she's getting away with it because she's got a claim of scientific validity or being a scientist, but she isn't. She's no, and I even justified it yesterday by saying, well, why would we treat her any different in that regard to the men who come along and offer their PhDs as validity for whatever they're claiming as being true through their science that they haven't got? Well, they're just as guilty as her, or vice versa. So we're not going to take it easier on her for her pseudoscience claims to lend credence to her legitimacy of forces in Coriolis effect. Now we'll call her out on what she is, a pseudoscience pretender clown.
It's the same as that Becky. Well, I can't remember what her surname is. Becky, the one with the satellite face.
Becky
What's
is her
name
surname.
anymore?
Her first name is Doctor.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Dr. Becky. She's another one. She's another one that claims she's a scientist. But what makes her a scientist? Well, whatever it is that makes her a scientist, it's not the things that she's talking about. Because I've never seen her talk about science. I've only ever seen her talk about how black holes are this, and I've never seen any science from her at all. So what is it that makes her I don't think there is anything that makes her a scientist.
No, that's correct. Hence the housekeeping question. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
That kind of ends the discussion, doesn't it?
No.
I suppose you could ask the question. The other way to ask that question would be to ask how many corners does a semicircle have? You know, like, so you get a circle, you put a line through the middle of it, and then you separate it. So you've got two Ds. One's a mirror reflection of the other. How many angles does that semicircle have? And some people would say 2. And then the answer is, well, you can't have any on it because you can't have an angle to a curved surface.
How do you confuse an
angles.
Irishman? Put him in a circular room and ask him to piss in the corner.
Yeah. But there's a corner with where the wall meets the floor, though, right?
Let's not ruin the joke.
Oh.
Hey, back on gravity. When I hit that car on my motorbike and flew over the top of it, what type of gravity was that?
Did you hit the car?
That would be specific. There's an answer to that. That would be specific gravity. So you're describing your displacement through the air. That's specific gravity. AKA relative density.
It's very specific to me, yes.
I need to have a word with you, Nathan, about specific gravity.
I speak to Brian.
No, he's not here, is he?
Yeah, speak to Brian.
No, I want to speak to you because I heard you saying it.
God damn.
I think I can pick up this one. What would you like to know about it?
In the same way that when we hear the Hamas guy talking about how many people are dead on the news, and they say you must put a disclaimer that these numbers are only from Hamas and we should take them with a pinch of salt. You've got to be careful when you reference specific gravity, because the output from specific gravity is a ratio, and a ratio doesn't give us a direction or a magnitude. It's just a concentration, right? It's how much cordial do you put in your drink. You're just getting a ratio. So it doesn't give us a direction or a magnitude, whereas relative density gives us both direction and magnitude, and it's quite calculable, quantifiable, predictable, verifiable. It's all the things that tick the boxes. So yeah, specific gravity's got a useless output, but it is describing the same event to get you to an output.
Okay, don't follow. What's that got to do with chickpeas?
Absolutely nothing.
Why did you say it had a comparison to hummus? I don't get it.
What is the relative? Hold on a sec. What is the relative density of one oxygen particle versus one carbon particle in a 12 by 12 meter space?
You'd have to know what the claimed mass of oxygen is relative to the claimed mass of thingy, and then work out the volume based on the pretty diagrams with the blobs on sticks. And then you could probably calculate it based on...
No, you won't get a vector from that. You get
with a gas molecule
randomly and
get a vector with a gas molecule.
All
freely
vectors.
randomly in all directions.
Yeah, all vectors,
Yeah.
Anthony.
Yeah, you don't get relative density with gas because gas doesn't behave like solids or liquids.
So what are you saying? Gas don't go down, go boom, boom?
Correct. And the gas does not go down, go boom, boom. No, contrary to science or pseudoscientists, anti-flat earthers that tell you that it does.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure without a container?
Do you remember, Nathan, when we asked the rumpus, we were talking about vacuum chambers, and I asked him specifically what would happen if you just injected a little bit of gas in there? Would it pool on the bottom of the container, or would it fill the container? Do you remember that ever happening in one of the early debates?
Yeah, I remember Rumpus saying it would pool on the bottom.
No, he didn't. He said Rumpus's answer was it would fill the volume. He said it would bounce around in all directions, but he was very, very sheepish in how he said it because we were obviously at the point where we were in discovery mode. We were working out what happens, but he absolutely knew what happened. So he was very sheepish in what he said because I said, would it pool in the bottom because there's no medium for it to bounce around in, or would it bounce around? And he said, it would. I think it would fill the volume.
There's two things There's two things I'd want out of the old debates. That would be one of them. If there is a concession from him describing gas filling space, then it'd be nice to have that. But the other one is when we were discussing the Isle of Man and I drew my mouse on screen, shared with him, and asked him what this was. Now, what I'm drawing is that diffraction limit point in the Isle of Man just below the Mackled Lighthouse, where it's inverted as a mirage. You've got a horizon that's 1/4 of an inch in frame, because it's got a mirage line and a mirrored image directly below it that's really obvious. Now, at that point, we're discussing the Earth curve maths, and it's just the inference of it being Earth curve that's being discussed, while they claim how much should or shouldn't be there. But when he got to the actual claim of the physical geometric limitation known as Earth curve, the horizon, I'm asking Rumpus, what's this? And pointing out a mirrored inversion at the point of diffraction, as we can now describe it. And he really, really struggled to give me an answer. He should have just said Earth curve. He didn't. I'd love to find that again. I've looked for it several times.
I've looked for the one about the injection of gas in a vacuum and would it fill it or not.
There's just so many of them, right? And they're all 4 hours long. Probably 100 episodes that could be in.
Any one of them. And even when you're looking for it, like you can miss it really easily, even though you're looking for it. So you could spend hours looking back over them and just can't find it.
Right, let's move on. Where were we? Gas pressure without a container. Any evidence of R? Earth radius?
It's only in the maths, isn't it? Wasn't it Rumpus that admitted that?
Yeah.
Only in the maths from a flat plane.
Did you know that, Anthony? Our argument has actually taken a slight evolution in the respect that it will eventually evolve into a slightly new housekeeping question being added, or an adaptation of any evidence of the R value, because there are values derived from a flat plane also.
The R values, I thought that was just calculated assuming that the Earth was a sphere and you calculated the circumference.
You try and infer any physical... Go ahead, John.
You're talking about a curve calculator, not the curve calculator or the Earth curve calculator or angle measurements to Polaris to give you a circumference. That's the only two ways to do it.
What's the difference?
A curve calculator doesn't use measurement.
Run that by me again.
You can beg the question of R, but just having it, right? We know that. But in reality, where do you get R from, Anthony?
Well, you have to beg the question. Just assume that you're on a globe.
No. Got something in practical application that they can measure. Minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris gives you what you would infer after the conversion to be the outside edge of a sphere, aka the equator. That's a flat plane measurement.
Or you could do the Al-Biruni method and measure the height of a mountain from a flat plane, go to the top of that mountain, measure your angle from a flat plane to a flat plane where that flat plane appears to meet the sky, and calculate the
dip.
The dip below the flat plane you just measured to get your radius value. So
the
there's two ways to do it.
Well, this is interesting for Anthony. When we had dip thrown at us by Rumpus, it's like them throwing out the most damning part of their evidence that would fail as a claim in the positive assertion to scare us off looking at it. The differential between surface level, flat, and eye level, flat, labelled in the maths. Go have a look. Go look at Mick West's maths. It's got eye level and surface level as part of the calculation. Now, Al-Biruni's differential between eye level and surface level is their dip measurement, isn't it, Anthony?
Yeah.
That's a flat Earth measurement to give them R. That's flat Earth they're measuring. Surface level, flat. Height of mountain, flat. Eye level, flat. Differential between the two. That's what your extrapolation is. That gives you R. Or minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris, both off a flat plane.
So what would be the evolution that they're going to change? You were referencing an evolution initially. What would the evolution be?
Not any evidence of the R value, because any evidence of the R value leads to the conclusion that to acquire in physical terms will require a flat plane. So you can appreciate the devastating nature of that and how that should be incorporated into our housekeeping.
Yeah, they'll just skirt around that as though it's minor.
Oh, how so? I'll quote, as he's here on the panel, I'll quote him. You guys need a flat plane more than we do. End quote, refracted curvature.
I'm assuming that was conspiracy cats.
No, it's he's on the panel with you. That's him telling our opponents in debate where they utilise a flat plane and pointing out that in order to claim a globe, at some stage, if you're claiming that you've got a physical measurement in practical terms, that's in actual reality, will be referenced to a flat plane. So when they come here and start talking about things like orbits, as we discussed that with you earlier, let's go to that one. Someone comes in and claims orbits. We take them to their necessity to measure angles off a flat plane. Then you get John's quote. You guys need a flat plane more than we do, because to make that claim of orbits required them to have a measurement of Earth to reference it with respect to the angles to describe the orbits. Flat plane required.
Well, wouldn't they just say, well, we have a tangential plane?
When you're measuring the actual surface, what you're measuring is the plane. So you can say, okay, so your description is to say that what you're actually measuring, the flat baseline you are referring to, it's a plane of reference, isn't the ground. The ground's actually a dangling dingleberry below the surface you are in physical reality measuring. So we should assume that the flat plane you're measuring in physical practical terms isn't really the ground. For a reference, it's a reference plane, Anthony.
Yeah, you can't claim tangent plane on that one, else you throw out Earth curve geometry, orbits, celestial navigation, eccentricity, which would be gravity, Newtonian gravity. You're getting rid of a plane of reference to describe orbital mechanics from. You're trashing the whole thing.
Why we're still here, Anthony.
So
the foundation of a globe Earth claim is a flat Earth measurement. That's why we're tolerated. It's the only reason. It can be no other way. We'd been censored out of existence if that wasn't the case. But for the necessity of a flat Earth, you can't make a globe claim.
That's right, because you have to pervert the flat plane measurements in the first instance.
Yep, so you're going to need a flat plane for that globe that you claim.
Yeah,
Plainfiller.
of course.
Al-Biruni.
That's racist.
Yeah, but it goes well with poppadoms.
it's like stepping into Wonderland anymore, man. Like everyone's mad here, it seems.
I love a good Al-Biruni with poppadoms.
Okay, there's one more housekeeping question, then we'll get back onto the video we were covering yesterday. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
What is there evidence for that?
Well, it's the original housekeeping question. Did Paul Voigt get back to you?
I can't remember. No, we never. Paul Voigt. Who's Paul Voigt? But yeah, I remember. I can't actually remember what their evidence is for a multiline core. What is their evidence for that?
Primary and secondary wave angle return signals off a
Oh
flat
yeah,
plane.
P waves and S waves. For conspiracy cats, I remember.
There's more to it. Not just P waves and S waves. What are P waves and S waves?
It's the primary and the secondary wave as a result of a ping, a blast radius.
Right, and how are you describing it? You're getting a return angle.
So you're getting a return time. They describe it as an angle.
It is an angle.
Yeah, it is an angle. It's an angle of incident. You can describe that with over time.
Yeah, but they describe that with reference to bouncing off the inside of a circle.
No, you can't describe an angle from a circle, Anthony.
But that's how they describe it.
No, they don't. They reference it to a plane also.
Do they? I thought,
yes.
No.
Yeah, it's a return angle.
If you think back to the conspiracy cats and he used those two illustrations, he had the ball and they were bouncing around internally, like internal angles.
Were they?
And then he had another one that was a flat plane that had the angles on it, didn't he? And then he
I don't remember the other one.
Yes, he did.
I just remember the pretty pictures.
That's how it works, Anthony. Just fact.
I just remember the pretty pictures.
Yeah, so you're going to need a flat plane for those return angles.
Yeah, what they do is they measure it as a flat plane, and then they say, we know it's not a flat plane, so let's just take these angles and use them on the inside of a sphere from a point.
Yeah,
That's all
can you
they're
actually,
doing.
if you get a crystal ball, one of those glass balls that Mystic Meg uses, can you shine a light through it and create internal angle reflection lights? I don't think you can you?
I don't know. What I do know is that return angle is reference to a plane when you're doing primary waves and secondary waves for the measurements that they're taken to do things like the Kohler borehole or anything.
Yeah.
Right, like 8 miles below surface level.
Yeah. Below surface level, Anthony. Level.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, you're going to need a flat plane for that.
Yeah, because they always need to pervert Euclidean geometry or flat angles, flat planes, flat anything. They've got to pervert that into a curve at all times.
So that's quite profound, though. That's an excellent summary. But that is profound because what you're suggesting is, and it is the case, in order to make any claim, you first have to start with a measurement in reality or a reality-based measurement that you put pen to paper or tape measure to ground in this respect. And when you do, you measure the world as it actually is, because that's the only way you can measure it. Everything else beyond that is a perversion of that measurement. Well, what is that measurement? It's a measurement of a flat plane in all instances.
That's the cover-up, isn't it? That's the big lie. That's the big deception. Everything is based on that, and yet they then extrapolate and convert out and pervert everything. But that's what it's all based on. If everybody was aware and knew and was taught that, unbelievable.
Yeah, they're just taught the step afterwards, after the extrapolation, and how things can be back-engineered from a sphere. No, all the angles that they'll describe will be to a sphere from that point forward. And it will work mathematically. And you can back calculate it to the center of a sphere, so it'll work on a plane, in a sphere. But in terms of physical, actual, practically acquirable measurements, they'll always be with respect to a plane, because that's what the world is. Earth is flat. How else are you going to measure it? And they do. Right, that's housekeeping.
Right,
Nice and
and
concise. 25 minutes of full housekeeping. I'm really chuffed with that. Thank you, gentlemen.
And this is a what is topic. So measurement is kind of the big guy on the block of what is.
Right. Okay, 82 people watching. So very warm welcome if you've just got here. We are continuing with a video that we tailed off of yesterday's show, which I'm going to put a link to now in the live stream chat. Now, as is always the case when we, in effect, promote these much larger YouTubers with our meager audience that I am very delighted to have. Thank you very much for being here. We boost them in the algorithm by letting them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a response to your video. And the idea is that they would do the same for us and share the algorithmic love where YouTube provide none for us, because we start with the origins of your globe claim, which is a flat earth. Now, that's a necessity that will mean we'll never be erased out of existence arbitrarily. We can't be, because what we're talking about, especially on this show, are necessities for a globe. So to eradicate us would mean you have to eradicate all of celestial navigation videos, because algorithmically it isn't possible to iron out us in that regard, because it is factually accurate when we describe the flat plane requirement that a globe is inferring, and the globe believers use it after the measurement of a flat plane has been taken and is in play. Just ignore the fact that it's been taken from a flat plane and infer everything globe-shaped thereafter. So that is why we are still here, and I'm very glad we are. Please let this videographer know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. His name is Tyler Oliveria, and he was at the Flattoberfest. So if you want to catch up with the first half of this, or the first 7 minutes, as it's a 20-minute video, then check out yesterday's show. But we're going to continue from here, unless anybody's got anything to add, which I'm sure they probably have. We'll see.
What was the hijacking of the Flattoberfest? What went on there? I'm sure it was you.
You're about to find out. You're about to find out.
Oh. The Earth. Hold on to Pluto. But it can't affect the moon? You know who is in charge of all international flights? NASA.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
NASA is in charge of
Actually?
And they run GPS.
Not a single commercial plane has flown over Antarctica?
No, none, ever.
Whoa, why?
Because you can't fly over Antarctica. Look at the Earth. They'll come over Antarctica.
So Dave's now employing a reification fallacy when he points at an azimuthal equidistant projection on his app and says, look at the Earth. No, Dave, no, that's an azimuthal equidistant projection with a clock on it that you made. But you're going to tell him that's the Earth. You're not God. Now, that's the first issue. The second issue is that exact methodology has been employed to deceive people onto the globe. Some guy like you exercising his authority and pointing at a model and telling them that is the world. Textbook reification fallacy.
And then they'll just come back. But there's so many pilots now that have spoken out, military and commercial pilots.
A little bit too much for my brain.
This one's going to send you over the edge.
All right.
Okay?
No pun intended.
Over the edge. Southern flights prove that the Earth is not a ball. This is the...
Do they? Based on what? This map? I see. But the map itself is derived through concepts that could only be in place if Earth is flat. So this third generation argument from a flat Earth measurement to a globe Earth projection back to an azimuthal equidistant globe based projection of a flat map with an ice wall around it that you say matches up with the... This is useless and is so freaking out of date, it's untrue.
World Cup soccer.
Oh.
Okay? They were in Doha. They won.
I mean, if Brian was here, he'd be jumping in, pointing out that the methodology to make this map requires a flat plane.
They go back to Buenos Aires. They went to Rome to refuel, and then they went back there. Why didn't they just go here? Because...
Has Dave actually verified any of this? I mean, we got all this information through our propaganda-laced media outlets that he will, in the next breath, decry. I'm not saying he will actually in the next breath decry it, but in any given next breath, he could decry those exact same media outlets. But even at face value, how much of this has actually been verified by any flat earthers who's claimed it, including me many, many years ago when I was a lot more naive? The answer is none. There's no historic information that's going to be provided next by Dave, just his reification fallacy with this triangle on it.
Because if they did, there's no place to refuel out here. On a flat Earth, Doha, Rome, Buenos Aires.
That's not on a flat Earth. That's on the azimuthal equidistant projection. That's a globe projection projected circularly that could be plotted from any point on Earth with the same methodology that you use to project out the world in an azimuthal manner. But the original projection for that map is globe-shaped, and the original grid designation comes from flat Earth angles to Polaris. So its history proves a flat Earth when you go back to the origin of how the map's made. But as for the map, after its multitude of distortions and projections, proving that this is the direction that they travelled, did you take the flight? Did you track the flight? Did you follow alongside it with a verified map to compare to? You did none of those things. So you're just out there dangling your balls out for people to kick.
Taiwan to Los Angeles. They had an emergency.
Let's just let whoever that is in. Adam.
Here. Well, where would you land? Well, you could go to Hawaii. You might as well go to Los Angeles. Instead, they went all the way to Alaska. Okay?
Flat Earth.
Right? Flat Earth, Taiwan, Alaska, Los Angeles.
Ooh.
Now, just a projection, a globe projection. When you say flat Earth and point at this map, again, just continual textbook reification fallacy. The map is not the terrain.
So here's an emergency. They were going from New York to Hawaii, right about here, and they said we have to land. So they went to Seattle, which is like 1,000 miles out of the way. They got there in
This might go on for a while. If it does, I'm going to spin on this boring section.
record time. Thing. NASA isn't a space agency. NASA is the World Intelligence Agency. Everyone reports to them. FBI, CIA, KGB, CCP.
How do you know? As validated by what?
Well, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? What difference does it make?
You didn't ask that question. This is so disappointing.
NASA was created right after Project High Jump when Admiral Byrd.
We get it straight. We're going to now appeal to Admiral Byrd and High Jump. So again, this same man, David Weiss, will belittle and demean all sources of information in this regard if it serves his interest. But in this particular regard, suddenly we can take it as read that all of this information is correct and valid because it supports his narrative. Okay? How does he know any of this? What's he validated?
Flew out in Antarctica. On the other side of the South Pole, he found land bigger than the United States, filled with resources. Look at.
So, is that true? Have you validated that? Does that mean there's an ice wall? Does it prove Earth's flat? Does that definitely check out based on the propaganda-laced information that you would stand in opposition to most of the time, beyond the affirmation of your own narrative with this particular piece of fleeced of nonsense garbage?
Look at that. From Middle America, he would be in where South Africa is or where Australia is.
Based on what map that you've got to compare it to? How much cartography have you done to validate where things would be on your map that was a globe projection that came from a grid system that was taken with flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris? Why aren't you proving Earth's flat with this? There's far superior arguments.
And another continent the size of the United States that no one has ever seen or set foot upon?
So what? Even if there was, who cares? What does this prove?
What does that mean? What if he went?
Doesn't mean anything. Now we're on to Kobayashi, more puddle speculation.
From Middle America over what they call Antarctica and then found another continent out here.
Then that would destroy our whole worldview of reality.
Now,
it would if it had happened.
what if there's other...
Shut
Again.
him up. Like diarrhea.
I mean, in terms of appeal to the Kobayashi, right? That map that he had that looked like a load of little dotted islands around a azimuthal equidistant projection, or close enough. Well, in our recent history, we can show that the horizon and what was beyond was known as outer space. And when they travelled to the unknown realms of outer space, they found new worlds with aliens on them. Not figuratively, not suggesting that that is hypothetically what they could describe them as. That is what they documented as doing and finding. New worlds in outer space. Okay. Notwithstanding the fact that you can demonstrate that to be how our world progressed on the maps and show documented evidence of there wasn't a new world here, now there is on the map because we found it out in space beyond the horizon where the new worlds are found, like all these other worlds we found in the hundreds of years prior. Look, another new world that we didn't know existed, now documented on this map as a new world. What about all those third world countries out there? My bad. Shh. Developing countries. Got to get the lingo right. Wouldn't want to allude to the new worlds discovered in outer space. Because people might get the wrong idea. Now, I'm not being funny, but that twisting of what is essentially a crap argument would be far more effective than what Dave is employing. But would I do that? It's still got to have a pepper of speculation in it. It doesn't really lean on any factual evidence that Earth is flat. It just shows the progress of discovery and how a cross-reference to space, interesting though it may be, was used when describing actual new worlds that we all talk about openly and celebrate with holidays. But you're going to lean on the Kobayashi. Well, if we did happen to find new worlds, we have. It's really easy to show if you want to make that point. But wouldn't it be better to point out how these maps necessitate a flat plane? Like all of them, without exception. To have that grid on them, you're going to be measuring the stars, because that's how navigation operates. So therefore, having a good understanding of what maps do and how they work with the stars, and how that needs a flat plane, would be a far superior argument. Even if I can twist Dave's crap argument from 2015 into a far more coherent and concise explanation with documented evidence of finding new worlds, and point out the revelation that was formerly known as space. But now what's that? All the sand and land is up in the sky? Those twinkling lights have got all the soil. Here's us driving around on a twinkling light in the bloody sky. Now that would make him think. Me, I don't give a toss about making this idiot think. I can prove it's flat. Why do I need to cog his brains going about how the new worlds I can show were discovered in our recent history? Some of your ancestors would remember it and even use the maps with them described as new worlds on them. Doesn't prove it's flat, does it? But how the map works does. It's not getting referenced by Dave because we're shunned in this community for whatever reason. Maybe it's full of shills, who knows? Maybe the guy with the divining rods that Russian vids was referencing was right and Dave's just out and out shill here to disrupt the movement with his garbage arguments he's keeping in place. Feast of Nonsense is his job and that's what he's peddling.
Civilizations here. What if these are where the controllers of the world live?
What if? What if I could prove Earth's flat? Would you use that argument, Dave, or would you shut me down like you did when I offered you these exceptionally good arguments to put to these people? I'm pretty sure you shut me down because you didn't want these good arguments. You'd rather offer this guy a speculation and get ridiculed so that the Feast of Nonsense is perpetuated throughout the masses in the best possible way.
Okay, what if...
I'm getting chills right now.
You're not getting killed. No, you're getting scattergun with misinformation straight from the Feast of Nonsense. You're not having to do any work. That's why you smiled.
The reality, your soul is going, yes, listen, right? Get rid of your programmed mind. People don't realize, well, Russia would have ratted us out, and this.
I think Dave realizes how big a nutter he looks. How easy it is to make him look stupid and crazy. I assumed you've watched this video, Dave.
And that they're all in it together. Everything that you know is a lie.
My offer was on the table 12 months to 18 months, 2 years ago to Dave. I can educate you, Dave. I can put you in a position where next time you're in front of some curly-haired muppet, he doesn't make an abject fool of you, because you do convert him, if that's what you desire, by facts that he can't get around, that he can't edit his way around. In this instance, every chunk of information you've opened your mouth with, he's just took it and put it straight in the edit because it makes you look silly.
The United Nations map, Flat Earth map, International Maritime Organization, Flat Earth map, World Meteorological Organization, Flat Earth map.
Globe projection, globe projection, globe projection, and another globe projection is what I would respond to it with if I had any clue. This guy's a novice, doesn't know what he's doing, and hasn't got a necessity to offer up that based on Dave's baseless assertion that's easily overcome by a globe believer. Meanwhile, the grid system that's being utilised does require a flat plane to develop the grid.
International Civil Aviation Organization. These are the things that control the world. Why do they all have flat Earth maps?
Well, I don't know. Artistically, maybe they couldn't.
Artistically?
Yeah, he can offer up his useless argument in rebuttal, and it's enough, isn't it? That's what he has ably demonstrated by giving you a basic hand wave. No, it's giving you better than a hand wave. It's giving you a moderately plausible, well, start work. Who cares? What does that prove? He might as well have said.
That's your explanation? Now let me ask you a question. If this is where we live, would you
It isn't.
call this the outer space?
Sure.
What is
That's how it's documented. Oh my God.
it? More land? Extra territory? Extra terra?
Extraterrestrials.
Extraterrestrials from where?
Outer space.
Bingo. So why does it...
You notice how when I spun the argument that Dave just failed miserably with, pretty sure that's a Nathan Oakley, one of the only Nathan Oakley original arguments in terms of putting that all together as a coherent argument, in terms of how documented evidence shows new worlds, outer space, and how we do describe aliens in common vernacular. Don't need to flash it up, but he's managed to contextually spin what Dave said by giving half-assed attempts to put what I have put forth many times as an argument into some sort of coherency for his opponent. And it's come off as him talking about aliens, like aliens from outer space, Greys, because that's what he flashed up.
Nathan, do you remember that Sting song? Whoa,
I'm an alien. I'm an illegal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Yeah, I do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That song. He's talking about legal aliens. He's talking about what you're saying.
Yeah,
in that
exactly.
song.
On the new worlds. Yeah, it's really easy to prove, but he's picked the Kobayashi, so he's got nothing to lean on other than the speculation of some garbage map. Like, just go back to an actual map that doesn't have one of the new worlds on it, and then show one that does. And then show a book where they describe it as outer space, and then your point's been made. But it didn't prove a flat Earth. It's not something I would ever use if I was in this situation. If you're referring to any maps, but when I say you, I mean my opponent. The opponent in this scenario hasn't had to do a damn thing. Unitox Femi, shout out to you for the super chat. It says sea level is level between old and new world. Fair enough. Thanks for the super chat.
Doesn't matter. Then when you understand that we're actually at the center of creation, this place was built for us, and we have natural law which says that nobody can take our free will away. Once you understand...
Oh my God. No. Natural law isn't the law of the land or not having your free will taken away. Right? Laws of nature describe things that occur always. Not losing your freedom. Right? That's a concept that you're trying to fight for. Oh God. Laws of nature describe things that occur always. For example, second law of thermodynamics, dispersion, osmosis, entropy. Those are things that you will observe to occur always, in all circumstances. They're described as laws of nature. Having your free will or freedom taken away, these concepts, they're not laws of nature. Oh, God.
Understand that nobody has control over you, you take your power back. You stop feeding this beast system that we're in. Globers think they know everything, but they don't know anything. And it's only for those that are willing to look and understand and see why it matters that get it. You know, once you get it, you can't unget it.
Is the Earth flat? Is gravity?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's measured that way. All of the maps you had on screen require a flat plane to be derived from angle measurements, that's off a flat plane, to the stars. So yeah, it is. All of your systems that infer the Earth's sphere start with measurements of a flat plane. Definitely.
Gravity real?
I don't even know what to think anymore.
If you'd have spoken to me, you'd know it's flat.
Could NASA be behind the biggest cover-up in human history?
NASA are behind a lie. That much I can say without any question whatsoever. You can't travel to an area that doesn't exist. If the sky was a vacuum, all the gas we breathe would fill it. Natural law, second law of thermodynamics, gas fills space. It's a really easy argument to understand unless you're Dave Weiss. Gas fills space. So is the gas you're breathing in that car filling the sky vacuum in line with entropic laws of nature, things that occur always? No, it's not, because the sky is not a vacuum. If rockets could travel to an area of volume that gas could fill, so would the gas. So rockets aren't travelling to an area that gas could fill, we'd all be dead. Every photo from space ever provided by NASA is fake automatically, because they can't go to Narnia. They can't go to space. Space is fake. It violates the law of nature.
What are they hiding behind Antarctica?
Who cares? Space is fake. What Antarctica has to offer is a red herring offered up at the Feast of Nonsense to keep you occupied. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. All globe claims come from flat Earth measurements, and space is fake.
Just hit me in the comments section, because I don't know anymore.
Oh, let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, you've been called to action by this gentleman to do just that. That is to say, go to his comments, specifically at his BS, let him know, we saw you in a response video asking us to leave comments on your video that Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me and responded directly to your questions. Please, I implore you, if you're an audience member, there is a link going by right now in the chat. There's just under 100 people watching. Please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and specifically detail that the questions he wants answers to, he has received. Past tense, we've done this.
Curious how deep this rabbit hole goes and where it will lead me. So I flew to Las Vegas to attend Flattoberfest, a flat earth convention, to see who else had drank the Kool-Aid. We learned a lot from Dave. But
he drank the Kool-Aid? You wouldn't be talking in those terms if you knew it was measured flat.
Now we need to figure out, is this actually legitimate? Let's go.
So Dave didn't succeed then? Because as far as he's concerned, you're all nutters drinking Kool-Aid.
Oh, you go to the flat earth convention?
Yes,
oh, right on. What caused you to become a flat earther?
Not what have you got to prove the earth is flat? It's just what do you have to exercise your belief? Right question based on what he's got so far. Disappointing that that's the question he's asking.
I was flying to Vegas. Some guy on the flight was like, Earth is flat. And I'm like, you're an idiot.
Sure.
So then I spent like years researching it.
Okay.
And so I think a lot of people have a hard time accepting that the government...
We've gone from, I spent years researching it. Okay, what did you find out? Where's your proof? Now, maybe people who watch this that aren't aware of flat earth debate, but are flat earthers, will listen into this now and go, hold on, aren't you on her side? Poor Blondie. Surely you empathise with... No. I know most flat earthers believe Earth is flat. And from what I've seen in this edit, that's the case with this woman. She believes Earth is flat and has done a lot of research. You watched a lot of YouTube. What did you find out? What's your proof? I can almost guarantee that she won't have any.
Or a select few people or whatever in control of like all this information that...
A bit like what Dave just said.
They're being fed lies. Set down the indoctrination of what you were told to believe.
It's all about indoctrination. Like, which lies? What lies? Where's the proof? Where's the lies? What lies?
And just like use your mental power.
Do you believe in a flat earth?
It's just use your mental power. About as useless as Dave Weiss did.
No, I don't. Do you have a response to this?
I mean, whoever feel compelled to research the truth, by all means.
So your evidence is that you've done research. I've done research. Earth is flat. All right. Okay. Well, you've just had it put to you that you could challenge this man who doesn't think the earth is flat based on that research. And your response to that is to say, well, if you did the research, how about Earth's measured flat? That would be a much better response because it's a fact.
You will be a lot more sold into it rather than someone telling you what to think.
With fellow flat earthers everywhere around me, I entered the convention to see if they could answer the questions Flat Earth Dave had left me with.
Let's see what Dave's left on the table and let's see if we can answer them or if they're relevant.
This planet's our only home.
There is no reality.
It doesn't make any sense.
None whatsoever.
No, you're right. How many attendees do we have today?
I don't know, maybe 300-400.
Okay.
Maybe 400. Thank you.
Yeah, got fans.
Yeah.
After reuniting with Dave, I walked into the event that began with a declaration of war.
And to the trolls, I will give you the same statement I gave back in 2015. Bringing people to your channel to make fun of flat Earth is like shooting wooden arrows into a bonfire. From a distance, it looks like you're doing something. Turn exposing more and more people to our truth. And you never stood a chance.
That Mark Sargent.
Yeah! Okay, yeah, I have a question. First of all, I feel empowered to be here around all my flat earth brethren and sisters right now, so
you're a liar.
Thank you.
I titled this live stream in yesterday's live stream, Faking Flurf. He's a liar, isn't he? When he stands up and says, amongst my flat earth brethren. Now, indirectly, you may not realise it, but that is true. Whether you like it or not, you're a flat earther. You stand upon a flat earth. But that's not how he means it, is it?
Secondly, what I wanted to ask was, I have a girlfriend, God bless her soul, who...
Why, is she dead?
I saw Logan Paul, who pulled this stunt a few years back.
She's not dead. It's worse than that. She's a glober. How can I get my girlfriend to see the light?
Show her it's measured flat. Show her how some of the proofs that she claims to prove a globe utilize a flat plane when practically measured. That would convince her, because there's no getting around it. It's statements of facts in terms of measurements that are practically applied to the Earth that you're standing on, and it's flat. That would prove it to her.
Why doesn't that work on all the anti-flat earthers then, Nathan?
Why do they rinse and repeat their original claim they thought proved a flat Earth, and then when it's shown to prove a flat Earth, they still want to assert that it proves the globe? I don't know.
Your answer then was show your girlfriend that the Earth is measured flat. That she can't deny that. Basically, that's rock solid. But if that was the case, then there would be no anti-flat earthers arguing against us because they would have to accept it, but they don't accept it.
Okay, let's just see how true that is right here, right now. How many anti-flat earthers, given that this is an open door panel where literally any of the 100 people watching can join right now, would like to tell me that Earth isn't measured flat? It seems like your estimation that there wouldn't be any anti-flat earthers is true, Anthony. There's no globers here. Why? Well, because they've all watched and know damn well that they'll lose instantly when they have their requirement for a flat plane pointed out to them, so they choose not to come. It's easy to just stay away, Anthony.
Yeah, but why haven't they all been converted, though?
Well, they've got a fundamentalist religious zealot belief that Earth is a sphere, regardless of any evidence. That's zealotry.
No amount of evidence can ever persuade an idiot.
It really depends on the circumstances. Did she have a master's degree in anything?
No.
Okay.
Who cares? Sorry, Mark, but what does that matter?
Does she have a bachelor's degree in something?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yes.
Is in physical science?
No.
She's got a shot. Did she have any family members that used to
No, it's for a gag. Fair enough.
work in aerospace?
Her grandfather's a NASA scientist.
Ah, that's interesting. So, when you say NASA scientist, we can't automatically assume that the question we ask in terms of scientific validity being offered from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics wouldn't be capable of being answered by this particular grandparent. However, their exercising of a cause and effect relationship or the elucidation thereof would be science. NASA don't do that. There is no NASA science. Therefore, there is no NASA scientist.
And how old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh, dude, you have plenty of time. There's so many people out there.
Let me ask you this. Is being a part of this community worth everything?
Yes.
All my friends hate me. My family thinks I'm a fool. My relationship's struggling.
We're not part of that community.
No, and I don't know about you, Nathan, but none of my friends hate me for this. However, I do have a friend. I do have a friend that is a police officer, and he told me that when he joined the police, all of his friends turned their back. Not all, but most of his friends turned their back on him for whatever reason. And I'm like, so you've had more experience of your friends turning your back on you than I have. Yeah, I'm the flat earther. That makes me feel cozy.
Well, that's an impression that's created within a sub-community that's grown larger than us. This sub-community has a lot of backbiting, backstabbing, calling you a scammer, things of that nature. It's quite, what's the word? I was going to say depraved, but it's not the right word.
Vitriolic.
Yeah, it's not a nice community. What is the flat Earth community that lots of people don't want to be a part of, irrespective of whether or not they're a flat earther? They might shun flat Earth in quotes because it's a community that this guy is literally in front of now, and he's echoing the sentiments of perhaps what is true for many of the members of that particular community within a community of flat Earth.
I'd go as far as to say that my friend that joined the police lost more friends upon joining the police than I ever did when I said, because what I find when I say, yeah, I'm not sure the Earth's a globe, the first thing that they go is, really? Why not? And then I say, well, there's no evidence that it's a globe other than belief. And then they say, so you're a flat earther? And I just say, you can call me that if you want, I consider myself to be an empiricist. But if you want to call that empiricism or empiricism nature flat earther, then that's up to you. But I want to see proof, and there is no proof. It's just a belief. And then it starts them questioning everything. But my friend definitely lost more friends than I did upon joining the police than ever I did when I, quote, came out of the closet.
Yeah.
Just an interesting factoid.
Well, quite the reverse for me. You know, I've made many new friends as a result of being in this subject.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'd say it's the reverse. I've made a lot of enemies as well. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the enemies are not there. But I've met a lot of decent people that are genuinely asking all the right questions. That might make the odd mistake along the way. Who cares? We're all discovering, right? But I've not lost anything in my position. But my friend lost a lot when he joined the police. He became one of them.
Speaking of Mark Sargent, as he's doing the talk right now to this guy, his most recent video, I haven't done any historic research on this. It was just a stat that he threw up that I thought was interesting. This, regardless of the research, the stat showed that 10% of people are flat earthers in the Western world. That's such a high number.
A lot of people. Yeah.
I don't lend much credence to these sorts of statistics, but, you know, it was just interesting to see.
Say something like 8% of all facts claimed are all made up on the spot.
That's Vic. It's Vic Reeves. It's a quote. I don't know. I can never remember the actual statistic he gave, but it's something like 68.3% of all statistics are made up on the spot.
Whilst he made that statistic up on the spot.
Exactly. It's more funny if I pretend that it's important that I remember the number he gave. That makes it more funny.
Yeah.
Come to the club.
Yeah, that wouldn't be my attitude, I'm afraid, Mark. I know it's yours, and I'm not going to knock you for it because you're dealing with the reality of the masses in flat Earth. I like that term, the masses in flat Earth. And maybe they do lose relationships over this. And a lot of that side of flat Earth peddle that as a notion. I don't know why. Because, like you say, Anthony, that's not necessarily my experience. I've got into heated discussions with family members early on when I was ignorant. But not so much now. In fact, not at all now.
Not at all for me either. I didn't lose.
Sorry, go on, Anthony.
I didn't lose any friends or family members as a result of flat Earth. None.
No, me neither.
Deceived.
Well, you are new.
I mean, you could say, sorry to keep it on the same subject, that, well, you new friends are obviously, you know, the people online and the people that are a bit more one section detached. And, you know, yeah, you might make new friends in a new community, like you, Anthony, as a specific example. However, I'm trying to convince you, or was in the pre-show, to come to a curry night where there will be a specific discussion topic of flat Earth. Now, it's a long journey for you to come down to me for a local curry night, but that general gist of that happening, right, is something that potentially wouldn't have happened 5 years ago. And the guy who's arranging it, Craig, his name is now a new friend who lives locally that I go out for curry with. Now, formerly, I knew him anyway. I just want to get to the end of this. I knew him anyway because he used to repair my computer back in the day and has done for many years. But he wasn't my mate. I was his customer until he found out I was a flat earther. Then suddenly not suddenly, but you know what I mean? Now I'm his mate as a result of that directly. So, you know, from that perspective, it's not like just I've made more online friends, and some of them, like Anthony, have developed into, and Darwin and a few others, have developed into actual friendships where, you know, we know each other and met each other and hang out a lot of the time, even though that is online. It's more akin to your regular friendship from the 80s or whatever, because we know each other better. But in that case, you know, I've seen Craig as many times as I've seen you in that respect. So, I don't know, this sentiment that Mark Sargent's putting out there, I just don't agree with.
No, neither do I. And to be honest, I think it's more than 5 years. You said 5 years, and I was thinking, like, I'm sure it's more than that.
What is?
The duration of time that we've been, like, friends.
Oh, we've known each other almost 10 years. I was saying it to Arwin the other day. And he was like, well, it doesn't seem like that long. I'm like, well, it is.
It's funny as well because one of my closest friends, I don't want to say what he does, but he works for the national government. He works for the UK government, and he actually asked me, even though I'm a flat earther in his eyes, he actually asked me to be a reference for him for his application for the job that he now does in the government. And I said, "Are you sure you want me to be a reference?" I said, "Like, give him who I am and what I am." He says, "Look, they just need somebody that's known me for more than 20 years." And he said, "And you're the only one I can think of." Now, he's an Aston Villa fan, all right? And obviously being an Aston Villa fan, and they're doing really well at the moment, but we're always taking jabs at each other. And he really misses Steven Gerrard's retiring, because he loves to hate Gerrard. So obviously Gerrard's been a big player for Liverpool for many years. That element's gone now. But for the whole of his career, Gerrard's career, he's been constantly whinging about how he's a scummy Liverpool player and all this. But that's what makes the friendship. It's that football friendship connection. And I'm literally his longest serving friend. And he asked me to be a reference for him for his government appointed job that pays him a fantastic wage. And he wanted me to do it. And I'm like, if they look into my background, they're not going to give you a job in the role that you want to be in. But he got the job. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it's because they don't care. I mean, I think in that respect, when I said earlier, in the truest sense, we are not censorable for the reasons people might suspect we are. Oh, well, they're disrupting the truth of the nature of the globe that we're on. No, your globe needs a flat plane, and because we're pointing that out, short of censoring out of existence all of the celestial navigation videos, when the basis of your globe is those angles off a flat plane, like it's not possible. I don't think it's algorithmically possible to censor us out of existence for those reasons. There's no justifiable reason to do so.
Nathan, I think censorship is a good thing because, like prohibition, like, for example, in America, when they banned alcohol, there was more alcohol kicking around than ever, Censorship is not a bad thing. And on the issue of friendships, I just fairly recently went and purchased an iPhone 12 Pro Max to upgrade the camera for the phone that I was going to use, the camera that I was using for the Truth Seeker. Anyway, I went and collected it and got into a discussion with this guy. And I was telling him what it was for. I only want this phone, not to be used as a phone, but literally for a camera for my telescope. And then I said to him, Earth is flat. And he said, yeah, no. So we exchanged numbers and we're friends. Unbelievable.
Well, yeah, 5 years ago,
I'd be surprised how many people know Earth is
Exactly, Neil. 5 years ago, I'd have put the odds of you having a random conversation. We even discussed this literally 5 years ago about 5 people at a bus stop. And the chances of you starting a conversation with man next to you about flat Earth. And at that time, we're like, yeah, the people around would be horrified. And you get lots of tuts and sighs. Whereas today, it's a very different scenario, which you've just exemplified perfectly. Which is to say, you can have a random discussion with somebody, like me and Craig. Oh, so you're a flat earther too? I normally don't mention it, blah, blah, blah. And then you're a mate, because not just it's very unlikely to find another flat earther on the street, it's highly likely to find one.
and like I said, Nathan, to my mind, the censorship is banning, prohibition, censorship. Every time how many examples can be given of every time this is being done? They did it, when they do it with drugs, and then there's more marijuana flying around than they do it with alcohol in America. It all goes underground, and there's more alcohol flying around than ever before. Censorship, if that's all you've got, well, bring it on. Give it us.
Relax.
That's one of the
the more you say no, the more we say yes.
That's one of the main reasons why.
Yes, Neil.
That's one of the main reasons why they don't want to legalize cannabis. The pro-cannabis users that don't want to legalize cannabis is because they'll just tax the hell out of it. And that's just a mockery of the censorship argument, because the whole point of censorship is to protect the public health, right? But the pro-cannabis users don't want it legalized just because it's cheaper while it's illegal.
Yeah. The problem they've got with us, right, is that you're always better off allowing the nutter to speak, aren't you? Give him a platform, put him on the news, put him on the social media, put them there so that they can all be laughed at and listened to and ridiculed and stuff. But the problem they got with us is that if they do that, they lose. So they have to censorship. But then if you do that, you lose.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's an alternative. There's an alternative halfway house. You want them to be up on stage being ridiculed, but you don't want them up on stage with the right arguments, because then they won't be ridiculed. Yeah. So you need Dave Weiss. That's what you need.
Or Rachie.
Yeah, or Rachie. That's what you need.
Yeah.
It's not what they stand to gain, it's what they stand to lose.
Oh, no, I want a deeper answer. Why? Why?
Okay.
Why are we the select few? What's so special about us?
So there's always going to be people.
Oh, this is going to upset some people in the audience. Nothing. You're not special. Earth was always flat. You just found out you'd been lied to. Figuring out that you've been lied to don't make you special, unfortunately. But really, the fact that they've figured out or believe that there is a flat Earth beneath their feet, in the case of many of the people bums on seats at Flattoberfest, that revelation needs to make them feel special. If you're going to be ridiculed and separated from society as they're portraying, as Mark Sargent has just done, then you need some extra sugar to keep them interested. Or there's a whole bunch of feast of nonsense garbage to keep people feeling special, feeling like they're on the cusp of free energy, feeling like they're on the cusp of discovering a godlike substance out in the ether. They're always on the cusp of something exciting in this particular part of Flat Earth. And this is possibly why maybe we've got ourselves to blame in terms of the popularity, because we don't have that to sex up what we say with. We point out where you've been lied to. It might be glamorous to point out that you do measure a flat plane to claim a globe, but it doesn't substitute or give answers where there's questions being raised like this guy is. Why was I lied to? I don't know. And we're not going to pretend to. Or, alternatively, this is wanted and desired and lent on by our opponents, if you want to call them that, on the flat Earth side, it's that magic of having an explanation. Your next guru in line is going to tell you that this is the world, pointing at a map in the same way they did with the globe. It's kind of sad, but that is the alternative to having heavy censorship, which will go the other way. We're not Frankie Goes to Hollywood. We haven't been banned off the radio. We're still here.
Relax.
Don't spoil it.
People that go against the grain. The critical thinking, when we spread it, infects other people.
You need to tell him what critical thinking. I mean, personally, I don't think it takes any critical thinking upon my dissemination of the fact that you measure Earth flat. That doesn't actually require any critical thinking skills. Unless I'm wrong, does anyone want to correct me on that before I stand on that hill?
Yeah, you're relying on your knowledge now to say that it doesn't require critical thoughts, but until you gain that knowledge, you have to apply critical thought to get to the point that you're at to then say you don't need the critical thought.
No, I agree with that. I'm saying to the person I'm speaking to with the information that's fact. At the point of dissemination from me to them now, when I say Earth is measured flat, elevation angle measurements to Polaris give you a radial value to claim a sphere, that doesn't take any critical thought. Now, it might take comprehension, it doesn't take critical thought.
Yeah, at that point doesn't. No, that's true.
Well, that's what Mark should lead with.
And yeah, it doesn't work on everybody. Probably like your girlfriend. Well, if she ever brings up the Dunning-Kruger...
What doesn't work? Having critical thinking skills. You're giving these people a vague notion of exercising thought as a proof of flat Earth. I mean, it's below the lowest possible standard.
Perfect, then, just...
That's what she said I was a victim of. I was like...
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, all right. All right.
She's gaslighting me? Yeah, anyways, thanks.
After telling the story of my non-believer girlfriend, several flat earthers came to me telling me stories of how they too had lost relationships due to their belief in the flat earth.
My 18-year marriage ended as a result. I had to open my eyes.
So he would question...
Lights.
The biggest problem with this is to have this, you need a sun, you need this orbiting around it, you need planets around that, you need calculus, you need trig, you need quantum mechanics. Unfathomable numbers, we can't even do it.
You don't need quantum mechanics for that. Also, you need a flat plane for that. The grid on his map he's holding is derived from a flat plane measurement that's then converted onto a globe to then project onto an azimuthal equidistant projection to give him his ice wall-based map, to then describe orbital mechanics, angular relationships from a flat plane. Hello, why are our compadres on our own side so behind our arguments? What's going on?
Because they don't want to listen to our arguments, because if they say Nathan Oakley says that blah, 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 they focus more on the Nathan Oakley bit rather than the argument itself.
But when I put out, when I don't make it sound like these arguments have started with me, but when I put out these arguments, I make it clear, regardless of where I've got them from, that when you take ownership of any argument, it becomes your argument. If you're arguing it, if you win, it's your win. Now, you could, if you chose to, credit the origin of the argument, if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Now, that works both ways, and I'll give you the other side of that coin just so it's there, which is to say that if you lose, you can't blame the person who gave you the argument, or where you originally got the argument from, for your loss. Ownership means that you take ownership when you lose, you take ownership when you win. It becomes your argument. So the other day, QE wrote down something to the effect of, I've worked hard to learn these arguments or develop these arguments, and I do want paying for them if I'm going to support my family with a YouTube career. And John wrote it down because I'm essentially saying in that sentiment, along with another half to it, that they're my arguments. I'm the one who's given you these arguments. It's like, no. You've got many of them from other people, but I didn't necessitate a credit in that instance. Now, after the fact, I can laughingly credit everybody who has given me those arguments. But in the moment, when I'm arguing with a particular individual, they are my arguments, and I will take the credit for the win if I win with those arguments, because they're mine at that point. Credit might be offered, but it doesn't require it, is my point. Ergo, if the argument is to say, I don't want to put this argument forth because it's a quantum eraser argument, for the sake of argument, then you don't have to credit QE. You own that argument, girl. You go, girl. Take that argument. It's yours. Now, after the fact, people may suggest in the comments, he originally got that argument from Quantum Eraser. Is anybody going to give it a toss if you won? No, not at all. So it doesn't matter that it's come from us. My point is, these arguments win. Why wouldn't you want to take ownership of them?
It's funny because I always get one of the trolls that likes to think he likes to think he's got one over on me. He often says something like, why is it that if flat Earth is so true, why is it that it's had no effect on science whatsoever? And I say back to him, well, what effect on science would you expect it to have, given that science doesn't care about people's thoughts or opinions? It's only interested in cause and effect relationships and wiggling independent variables. So, like, he's trying to belittle me with the "you haven't achieved anything" argument. And all I do is spit it back to him and say, well, science wouldn't care whether I had an opinion on it or not, because it's only a method. But the point he's trying to make is you haven't contributed anything at all to the world of science generally. Therefore, you haven't achieved anything. Yet everyone knows what relative density is now, right? Regardless of whether you agree with it or not, you know that there is something to do with the medium relative to the matter in question. And you know that if you vary that medium and cause the acceleration of some of the matter, you are causing that. And a lot of people now recognize that. They can describe it. But that in itself is an achievement, because that phrase didn't exist until recently, and it did come from here. It did come from messing around in this topic, trying to work out, well, if gravity's not doing it, what is the explanation, Riley? And I'm like, that is actually a legitimate. What is causing it to move? Why does stuff move? And then when you realize it is the medium relative to the thing, and you can manipulate the medium or the thing, you can call it, like, that's what the Cartesian diver is. So the Cartesian diver is you change the volume of the diver and you can make it accelerate up or down. That's the opposite of the egg test. The egg test was varying the medium. The Cartesian diver is varying the subject matter in the medium. And they're an equivalence. They are identical in the way that they behave. If it's not the egg, you can go with the Cartesian diver. Most people can't get their head around how that works. It's not intuitive. It's counterintuitive. Once you explain it, some people don't even understand it after explanation, and they don't even cite it. But the Cartesian diver is a perfect equivalence to the egg test. But the egg test is beautiful because you can do it in the kitchen. You don't have to try and make a Cartesian diver and get it wrong and then suffer all the humiliation of not being able to achieve something, and then you didn't do anything and all that. But in real terms, everyone can get an egg in a pint of salty water, and you can cause acceleration yourself. And that's the beauty of it. It is so simple, but it is demonstrating the scientific principle that you can accelerate mass without a force, because they'll say, oh, the salt is a force then, right? Well, we're showing that isn't actually true, because you can cause acceleration just by manipulating the density of a medium or an object. And they say, but density is only a ratio. Well, isn't that a debunk for the claim that like density itself alone is a ratio, but relative density is an acceleration when there's disequilibrium? So you're showing the alternative for, if it's not gravity causing the acceleration, what is it, Riley? Well, now we know that we can vary and manipulate the density of summit and cause an acceleration. So that to me is enough for me to be satisfied that we are interested in science. We're not interested in mathematics in lieu of science. And our intentions are pure. We want to know why it is that things appear to accelerate up as well as down, not just down. For me, it's a brilliant topic. I enjoy this topic. I can't stand half the people, well, 90% of the people in it.
I'm going to do a quick call to action because there is now, woohoo, 100 people watching. Excellent. Very warm welcome to all of you who've just got here. I know there will be a link hopefully put out by one of my moderators to encourage you to let this videographer, who we are currently covering, Tyler Oliveria, a link or a comment, sorry, to say at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. He has asked or called his audience to action, which we now are when we respond to his video, to let him know answers to questions he had, which we definitely could answer. So point him in the direction of this video. Hopefully, were he to respond, he'd do the same for us and put a link to my video to encourage others to come to Nathan Oakley 1980 channel and offer us up some algorithmic love where YouTube offer us none. So hopefully that's given enough time for a few people. Numbers have dropped a little bit, presumably from people disappearing, to go and let him know it. Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. But there is basically 100 people watching, or there is now 100 people watching again. So very warm welcome. Thanks for coming. And also please share the show if you haven't done so already. It's good to get the numbers up even higher than 100. That's great that we have got 100 people watching though. So please smash the share button if you've not done so already.
Shrink it down to this. While some of these ideas seemed insane, these were some of the nicest people I had ever met. And
who cares? Don't care about how nice the people are. And their ideas are irrelevant. I can prove Earth's flat.
Almost immediately welcomed me into their community despite my skepticism. What is the biggest thing that could convince the average person to believe in a flat Earth?
Measured flat. We've gone through this.
Hang on. Think of his question. What is the biggest thing that the reasonable person could, and then he said, believe in flat Earth. You don't have to believe in it. You just got to recognize that it's not a globe. It's not about belief, is it? It's about empiricism, not belief.
Yeah, or showing a claim of a globe from him, if he was to ever make one. He's been smart enough to avoid that. How it utilizes a flat plane or requires his belief.
The gravity thing, you know.
What do you mean?
So you want to answer a question about how to believe in a flat Earth with the whole gravity thing, which is very much a necessity for all Earth believers to hold themselves affixed to a spinning sphere in a sky vacuum. That's your proof of gravity, straight off the cuff, is it, mate? Wonderful.
That it's just it's a theory?
For flat Earth.
Sorry, it's not a theory. A theory is a scientific term that would suggest you have scientific empiricism offered up by scientific experimentation based on a hypothesis after observing a phenomena to elucidate the cause of that phenomena through the experimentation, after which you can form a theory. When you say just a theory, you're wrong on so many levels, my friend, and gravity's got nothing to do with flat Earth.
Earthers to make sense of gravity, they would need a different model to explain it if they could see.
So what he's done is taken something that is a necessity to hold you to a ball and infer that we need to explain it. There is no gravity. It's a bent fourth-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space-time invented by Einstein bending as a result of the uneven distribution of mass in that mathematics. There is no necessity for me to explain it on a flat Earth. The description of gravity requires a flat Earth.
It's another example. Wait. It's reversing the burden of proof as well, because like even if gravity, like obviously they all believe Newtonian principles of gravitation, even if gravity was or was not a force, there's no requirement on us to replace it with anything. Now, obviously we can do. We just spoke about how the Cartesian dive and all that. That we can, but I never ever go to it, because the minute you do, then they ignore the fact that they've not got the proof to prove gravity in the first instance, and then they focus on what it is about your claim that you can't prove, or that they don't agree with, or that you've done wrong, or that you didn't do this, or you didn't do that. And none of that then is about whether or not they can prove it in the first instance. All it does is gives them the opportunity to start stabbing in the dark. Well, don't give them the stabbing in the dark, and don't make the claim that we can explain it instead. Just say you can't prove it. It's not scientific. It's been changed from what you thought it was.
Why would you bring it up at all?
I wouldn't bring it up. I would leave it well alone. I would have that conversation with Nathan and Arwin and people on our side, but I wouldn't bring it up with the average normie, because you're reversing the burden of proof away from the main problem, which is that the gravity is not a force in the first place. You were taught it in error as a child. You've been brainwashed as a result of it. Gravity is not a force. Forget about whether or not we can demonstrate why things accelerate outside of that topic, but you can't prove it in the first place. That's the problem.
become a fool.
He points to you as one of the biggest brains in this community. I do this. What just happened? You're more dense in the air. Well, why don't I go flying into the air? Why would you? Endlessly. Why would I not?
There's a downward electric bias that sets the direction.
Wait, what?
There's a positive electric gradient as you increase.
Sorry, I'm just vomiting in the background.
And then it goes down to equalize. It sets the up and down.
Won't that same force hold the air down to the earth? If it's
gas go down, go boom, boom.
Oh my God!
No force pulling.
Yeah, I was
gas
literally
down.
vomiting when he said about the gravitational nonsense.
Yeah, these idiots on the flat Earth think that they need to explain gravity because they still think there's a force of down.
Yeah, you don't have to explain it at all. You just got to point out that they can't prove it, and gravity is not a force in current physics, and then that's it.
But that don't help them in what they're trying to peddle.
Doesn't matter. That's how to kill that argument.
Neil's
you haven't got a force.
Neil's inferring that
Yeah,
this guy's
we
an
know
etherite.
that. You know that.
Hold on, Neil. Neil's inferring that this guy's an etherite, therefore it aids his rhetoric that he's probably bought into. We're going to just suggest he has. We don't know the guy or what he believes, but for the sake of this discussion, we're going to just suggest this guy is an etherite, and therefore it serves his ends to have a gravity that he'll rename with a incoherent dielectric accelerative bias in a downward vector. So therefore, he's going to start explain. Go ahead.
Was that not Austin Whitsitt talking? It sounded like Austin.
Probably, but this guy's a different guy.
It's a ball.
Why does it not affect the air? That's a good question, actually.
No one said anything's being pulled down. There's a downward electric gradient. So
Nobody said anything's going down. There's a downward electric gradient. Same breath. What a double speaker.
gives you downward pressure.
There's downward pressure. No one's saying anything's going down. That was within the same breath.
The higher you go, the more positive charge there is in the air. Why? Because that's the way.
Because that manages to convince people that there's this incoherent dielectric accelerative force we can sell as a fantasy to replace the globe with. It's really profitable.
That the world works, man.
What's pulling
Just how the world works, man.
you to follow the Earth? If you're already free from gravity.
You know what a con artist is, Anthony?
Do I know what a con artist is?
Yeah. What does it mean, con, in that context?
Oh, what does the word con mean? I don't know, actually. I've never thought about it.
Confidence. Confidence. Whitsitt is a con artist. What he's actually doing when he tells you about an incoherent dielectric accelerative force with his big long words and his convoluted diatribe and summarizes that that's just how the world works, he's utilizing his confidence to trick you. None of what
he's utilizing sophistry. He's using big words, and it sounds intelligent when he starts talking in that fast psychobabble. He's using that use of language. It's called sophistry to try and persuade you that he's intelligent.
And the Earth is going. Why are you following the Earth? What other force propels you to follow the Earth?
You're out in space and you're just hanging there by yourself, and Earth is going through the galaxy at 666 miles.
All I'm hearing is flat earthers describing globe earth rhetoric badly.
Yeah, that's what
If you're ready for...
You came here for one reason. What was that? To not learn nothing. I'm learning. What are you talking about? Did you learn anything? Wait, what if I didn't?
Based on what he's been given, he's had nothing to learn. So, big fella,
Exactly.
what are you going to teach
It's
him?
interesting because he said, if you play that back, he said, you come here to not learn nothing. And he says, I am learning something, but not learn nothing is technically, it's that double negative. It means it's a positive. Not learn nothing means he's learning something. And his response was, I am learning something. Like, Jesus, this is really bad use of language.
That means that you're here for an agenda.
Answer my question.
Right.
Listen, bro, concentrate.
Yeah, okay, sorry. He's distracted, yeah.
Just concentrate, all right? What other force is pulling you to follow the Earth?
Between the actual attractive force between the molecules.
Yeah, but how did you measure it?
I don't have to measure it.
But neither do I have to. I don't have the time or decades to understand every field of science, right? We're relying on some level.
Understand fields of science. This is where the problem lies. Because what this guy's under the misapprehension is that consensus view from people who've claimed to be scientists is something he needs to concern himself with. Whereas that in reality is where he's been deceived onto a ball in the first place by people claiming to have empiricism, that's scientific validity, when they don't. Now, the guy next to him wants to use the same magic trick to convince people there's something called ether. That is to say, offer scientific validity where he has none.
Level of expertise. To be honest, do you trust someone else who did the test for you?
Absolutely.
Why would you
World
do that?
records. Because I know people that have personally done it.
Doesn't that sound like just a foundation of science, believing scientists who have done the same experiment? The more questions I asked, the less the flat Earth made sense.
Tyler, I believe that you are actually looking for the truth.
I am. It's hard.
Why is it every time he gets in a position to offer up evidence for a flat Earth, it's questioning the opponent's integrity and quest for truth?
I know. It's not that hard.
Do you guys ever go back to being a glober?
Oh, yeah, I don't think I can now. No, some people will.
I don't think I can. These people only believe Earth is flat.
Exactly.
We know it's flat. There is no belief in that regard here. Go on, Anthony.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, did you not? Someone.
I said exactly, Nathan.
You just like blaming me, Nathan, when you think there's a bit of feedback. That's what it really is.
No, someone did say something. It was Neil.
Just never see it. Like, no matter what you present to them.
Some people just don't care.
Do you guys believe 9/11 was a false flag?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you believe the moon landing is fake?
Look at his shirt.
It seems like a common thing.
No, I would answer no. No, I don't believe the moon landing was fake. It was fake. You can't travel via a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum to a rock in the sky, because if the rocket can travel into the area of volume you call outer space, so would gas that expands in all directions at high velocity in line with the entropic laws of nature. Now, while Dave might imply that laws of nature are about how free you are, they're not. They describe things that occur always. And in this instance, gas filling space would be something that would occur if space was real, to travel to the moon through. Ergo, the trip to the moon never happened. We'd all be dead. We'd never have any gas to breathe. So definitely not real. I can prove it. Whoever's off mute in G+, can you mute?
Among these flat earthers is that they had no trust or faith in the government or science.
Take it a little deeper.
Like, don't trust science. It doesn't require any trust. But you don't know what science is, Tyler. Science is the elucidation of the cause of an effect you are studying in nature. That's what science, when you're discussing flat Earth, is. Contextually, flat Earth is the nature of our reality. That's physics, the physical and natural world. That is exclusively the realm of the scientific method, elucidation of cause and effect. You think it's trusting consensus. That's what you think science is. And therefore, these people, that's flat earthers in your view, the people you're in front of, mistrust your view of science, which is consensus, not science, not an adherence to the scientific method. You don't know what that is, Tyler. So to charge these people with not adhering to your belief in consensus is a bit of an outrage for them and me.
Deeper than that, where I think that all these things that they push on the media are completely fabricated.
The belief in one conspiracy.
You believe that they're fabricated. Who gives a toss about these people's beliefs? Ads.
In another.
Moon landing, not because you can't land a rocket on a disc of light.
I realized flat Earth was the tip.
See, saying you can't land it on a disc of light might be a reasonable statement to the uninitiated, but to state something that's backed by natural law is far stronger. You can't travel to a light if that light is based in an idea of a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill the space. It's a natural law, the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics debunks outer space. Is far stronger a statement because it's seated in natural law than to say you can't land on a light in the sky. Everyone in the audience, if they're a heliocentric believer, would say, we did land on a light in the sky. 1969, we landed on the moon. That light in the sky, we did. Nothing you said changed that. Meanwhile, it being a violation of the second law of thermodynamics would unequivocally debunk the notion we can travel to that light in the sky. See the difference between our arguments here on Flat Earth Debate versus Flattoberfest? This guy's on the stage, People are paid to hear him.
Tip of the iceberg with a blatant rejection of critical.
And you can pay to hear me too. There's a super chat and a PayPal link.
Thinking at the bottom. These people were the select few
but seriously, I am really poor.
On the world's largest secret, while everyone else was a fool.
Yes, Anthony.
Can I just check? Was it 1969 or was it 1966 when they landed on the? They claimed that they landed on the moon.
69.
What happened in '66 other than England winning the World Cup?
Just England won
First
the World
Super
Cup.
Bowl was played.
I'm sure something symbolic happened while the World Cup was on, and I remember thinking that seems like a very important coincidence that the World Cup was on at the same time that 1966. Something else big. If it was definitely 69, fine, but there's something else that happened in 1966.
Was it Vietnam? What was the war that was currently going on?
I don't know, but I just thought I remember thinking like, hang on a minute, that was done while
Vietnam
the World Cup was on. Was it Vietnam?
Anyway, thank you.
Just checking.
So it is possible for human beings to move in 5 dimensions, but not only that, our science needs to be kicked up several notches higher.
Yeah, she's not only taken the notion of Einstein to be acceptable in the 4th dimensional reification of a pseudo geometry. There's apparently an extra dimension beyond that, based on the garbage that we get told by Ethereans. Counterspace.
What is the 5th dimension?
Counterspace.
Oh, so time and counterspace.
Length, breadth, depth, time, and counterspace.
Well, don't we need a 6th dimension, Narniaism or something like? We need a reference to Narnia and for 6th dimension, because if they're having 4 and 5 dimensions, we've got to have 1, surely.
Okay, well, fine. You know you've got 2-dimensional paper with a 2-dimensional drawing, and we exist as a 3rd dimension in physical reality, and time as a conceptual medium is the 4th dimension, and counterspace is the non-visible permeation of a medium that we all live in, and Narnia is the overarching realm that counterspace with space-time and the 3rd dimension for the 2th dimension that you can draw on a piece of paper exists in. How's that?
So what's the 6th dimension then?
Narnia.
That sounds perfect. We need to start relying on the 6th dimension to make a mockery of the 4th and the 5th dimension.
Indeed. Narnia is a real dimension, Anthony. Have you never been through the wardrobe?
And then
because that will help everyone.
Ironically, this convention had reconverted me into a...
Go on, you've got a gag, I can hear it.
No, you're mixing up the 4 heavens. Or the
then
3.
they'll twist it into... They think there's a 6th dimension called Narniaism or whatever. They'll just twist it, won't they?
Ooh, heaven is a place on earth.
Heaven is a half pipe.
A glober.
Yeah, I can tell you're up to something. Me? We're trying to learn the truth. Yeah, I think you're real genuine. You look like if date was a person.
Check out this guy's body language with his arms crossed. Yeah, you look real genuine. This guy, at least he knows his number, right?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Why are you so upset? Because you're a phony. I'm a phony?
Yeah, you are. He's got your number, mate.
Phony. Oh, okay. Okay, walk away. Oh, I ain't I'm walking away because I said. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm walking away because I'm in. No, you're like.
Yeah, I agree with this guy's sentiment, right? He knows what Tyler's about to do and how he's going to spin it when he says, okay, buddy, walk away. Right? The guy's just come back and gone, no, I'm just walking off to the loo, or whatever he said. So that he can't spin this. This guy, this tall guy, has obviously got his head screwed on and knows, yeah, I know I'm dealing with a wanker. Okay, mate?
That Paul.
Who?
Is it Paul? Paul on a plane?
I could be. If it is, then that's why, because Paul's very bright.
Yeah. 2 feet taller, you knocked me out.
Yes, it is.
Is it? I thought he looked like, is this the voice as well? Yeah. Well, that's why then. He's not having none of that nonsense.
Yeah, Paul's too smart for this shit.
Beat you in a rap battle. I believe you. Interesting.
Any other question?
That's a shame, though. Paul's one of the few people that could have put a few arguments to him that would have put him in his place. He just didn't want to, and I don't blame him.
I got a question. Okay, so
I just want to say great presentation, by the way. And secondly, I came here initially as a flat earther, but after talking to all of you, more particularly the ginger, who said I looked like if Date was a person, I want to give him a shout out. I've come to conclude that the earth is a sphere, and I will give anyone $1,000 right now outside if you can prove me wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I could have done that. I could have had that grand.
Oh. Is it Whitsitt that's turned this guy back to the ball then?
All of the people telling him
when he
about
says
globe
the
earth
ginger.
rhetoric and gravity were the people that converted him back to a ball. Based on what he's edited together, I realise it's edited. But all he's done is shown all the people from the flat earth that have given him information about a globe, including Dave Weiss.
Who's the ginger, though?
Who cares? And we could also poke fun at him, though. You're right.
That's a definitive statement that the person that's converted him back to the ball is Whitsitt, which is what we're complaining about. That he's gone there, I mean, admittedly, maybe disingenuously, claiming he's a flat earther, but the thing that's got him back on the ball is having a good conversation about flat earth with Dave Weiss and Whitsitt. Have I misheard that, or...
Going to play it again?
Yeah, I just want to hear that last bit.
Okay,
he's
so
thanking the
I just want
ginger
to say
kid.
great presentation, by the way. And secondly, I came here initially as a flat earther, but after talking to all of you, more particularly the ginger, who said I looked like if Date was a person, I want to give him a shout out. I've come to conclude that the earth is a sphere, and I will give anyone $1,000 right now outside if you can prove me wrong. Yeah. $1,000.
The ginger's Whitsitt.
Why are they kicking him out?
Because I think he's just stood up and been a bit rude in someone's presentation.
No. Mark Sargent handed him the mic.
Ah. I'll take his money. I'll be outside, wouldn't you? Nathan,
That's my immediate reaction.
Let's go get the money.
Yeah, that's what I said immediately. I'd be outside getting that grand off him.
Usually,
measure a flat.
Not...
Here's how. Anything you say to me about a globe will require a flat Earth. As with respect to radial values that require elevation angle measurements to Polaris, their minimum being the equator. That requires a flat Earth, and all maps, measurements, derivations of a globe will require that as your basis. Earth is measured flat. Give me my grand.
Yeah, $1,000. I'll walk home on the flat earth. Trolling. I'm not trolling.
What are you doing here? What the hell are you doing here?
There's a
You're not trolling if you take into consideration that his edit is as he's presented it. All he's been offered is globe Earth information about gravity and orbits. That's what I heard.
Can I say something?
No.
The problem is they didn't give them any evidence, but they think they did. They really seriously think that they've given this guy enough evidence to prove that Earth is flat. They're in delusional world.
The people following the people who are punting the Ethereum nonsense that's profitable, they are deluded. The people who are punting the Ethereum nonsense don't care because it's still profitable to have all those other numpties still follow them.
Mountain of evidence.
Yeah, let's hear it.
If you don't see it, you're blind. Not everybody's got the
You hear that? There you go. Exemplifies my point perfectly.
Yep.
Let's hear it.
mental capacity to really see it.
So what
all he's being told is he doesn't have the capacity to see it. What's it?
Yeah. He's applying the Emperor's New Clothes fallacy right now. He's saying if you're not seeing it, you must be stupid.
Yep.
Hold on. You were a flat earther, but now you're not? That doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely does. You can't prove a closed mind. Right.
See, that's all this is about. Glorified personal attack on the person that doesn't believe as they believe. These people believe the earth is flat, and in an outrageous show of zealotry akin to what they've just been subject to, they're prepared to project that straight onto this guy. You haven't shown him Earth's flat. You haven't proven Earth's flat. Why would he accept Earth's flat if he's a rational person? Given that he's been offered a mountain of globe Earth evidence, with you proposing that you can overcome it in a ham-handed way, what he's heard is globe evidence. Because he's not been presented measurements of a flat Earth. He's not been presented proof of a flat Earth. And that's all he's there for. It's called Flattoberfest. All he's hearing about is the globe. Why wouldn't he?
I was gonna let you pass, but that was kind of a crazy move you did in there to get some good footage. In your video, are you gonna end with where they can find more information, or are you gonna leave that?
All right, tell the viewers.
If you want more information, go to flatearthdave.com. Don't believe.
See, that's all that matters to Dave. The fact that every one of the people who follow in his footsteps that have talked to this guy have been made to look a fool is irrelevant to Dave so long as he gets a plug for his app. That's all he cares about.
Nathan, if they asked you to show, if you were there and the guy said, show me measurements, how would you break it down to him? There's a reason why I'm asking you.
You could talk about the longitude, latitude grid, elevation angle measurements to Polaris, how you navigate. You could talk about celestial navigation in terms of finding your fix, finding your position on Earth, generally mapping and navigating Earth, how you build things, all of which require reference to a horizontal plane. Or I'd encourage him to offer up any globe proof he chooses, and I will show him how that globe proof will require a flat plane. For example, he suggested to Dave in yesterday's coverage of this video, same video, that ellipses, that was the only thing he offered back to Dave. It was one word in a response that offered up a suggestion of a globe plane, which would be to infer that there is an elliptical motion of the stars. That requires angle measurements to infer orbital motion. Those angle measurements will come with respect to an actual measurement off a flat plane. So I take one of his words that he'd used in his discussion with Dave and point out how his globe proof needs a flat plane. Just to round this out, I'll quote John, refracted curvature. Quote, you guys need a flat plane more than we do. End quote, refracted curvature. In other words, I'd either use his own bloody globe claim to be proof as a flat Earth proof and really shove it in his face, or just show how Earth is measured flat, navigated flat, built on flat, referenced as flat, flown on flat. I can show all of those things to him.
Can you do it with radio waves?
I wouldn't, but you might.
That's what Whitsitt said last night on Debatism when somebody asked him, well, how would you measure Earth to be flat? He said radio waves.
I'll do it.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I wouldn't. Whitsitt would, as opposed to you would then.
I don't think I wouldn't do it if you bothered to explain radio wave. You mentioned radar yesterday, didn't we? So it's a long explanation.
Yeah, I was going to say we could launch into it, but I do want to get to the end of this video. You will need a flat Earth for that also, Neil, but it depends whether or not Whitsitt qualified with it to the extent that it would prove it. And based on what Adam's just said, I could probably work my way around it now that he's pointed out that radar would essentially work on the same principle. Yeah, it'd take me a couple of minutes, but I could point out he proved a flat Earth with it if you chose to do so. I doubt it is he's declaring that Earth isn't a globe, is a globe based on what he's already been told, as I get interrupted and rumpus by Neil in the middle of my sentence.
Sorry, I'm just saying he chose that so he could just not use any of the things that we use here. It's really sad.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? I've approached all of these people. Dave is one of them. I used to consider him a mate. But, you know, when it got to me explaining the scientific method for him personally, he shut me down rather than take the lesson. And now I know why, because Whitsitt, at the time, Bob while he was alive, Jaren, all of these clowns are conning people with a science they don't actually have any credence for. They don't have any legitimacy in their claim to be science with Michelson-Morley and gyros. They're calling that science just like the Globers called non-adherence to the scientific method science when they said Earth's a sphere. In other words, their pseudoscience claims on the Ethereum flat Earth side of this discussion are just as invalid as the globe Earth pseudoscience claims that this videographer wants to appeal to when he says the flat earthers don't believe consensus, what he called science, in name only, because it isn't, it's pseudoscience. Nothing's been through the method for a globe, it can't.
Leave anything that you heard in this video from him or from me or from anybody else. Go verify it yourself.
Also, whoever has the most viewed TikTok or YouTube short using a clip from this video, I'll send you $500. Post however many times you want, but you must tag my TikTok /
Say again?
You said something very poignant there, Nathan, and it struck me like a supernova.
Did it hit you like a cannonball?
Again?
Did it hit you like a cannonball?
Yeah, better. Supernova. Maybe it was a little bit over the top. You said that Dave is into it for a con, right? That's pretty obvious to everyone now. Now I'm seeing it a little bit. Sorry, I've been emotionally unavailable for a while. They're using the Hillary Clinton Academy of charging others first with what you do. So what they're doing, Jaron, Dave, and Shits at 20, what they did, Jaron started it out by shifting the burden over, or it's like a diversion. It's a little diversionary tactic about putting content. You see where I'm going with
No,
this?
because you haven't gone there. Go there.
Yeah, I'm there. He's making you and us look like the con men because we're cons, right? We're a scam. Meanwhile, they're the con men. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Way to catch up.
If you can point out that the people who can expose their fraud of pseudoscience is us. So in advance, preemptively, before we expose their use of pseudoscience, the best thing you can do is decry your opponent as a scammer if you're going to be perpetuating a scam.
Yes. It's a preemptive strike.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton would be proud of this.
Right, well, here is last call to action. And
then we'll move on to something more important.
YouTube at and put YouTube Tyler Oliveira in the title/description. This simple yet brilliant
YouTube Tyler Oliveira in the description. I can manage that. No bother you about seeking son of a gun. I gotta be honest, right? As much as I want to hate this guy, not really, but for dramatic effect, I want to hate him. He did a good job, and he's got every defense for doing what he did. What say you?
I think he's not been presented anything that I would consider reasonable to shift his paradigm. He's gone there, obviously, being honest, he's a little closed-minded, but it was up for the flat earthers to change his mind, to give him evidence that he was incorrect. They didn't. They described the ball to him.
Yep. Like I say, I don't think he's unjustified.
I can't be critical of him going, oh, mate, why can't you, like they were saying, why can't you see it? Because he's not been shown it. He's just been told it's flat, right? You're wrong, it's flat. That's all he's been told. He's not been persuaded.
Hold on, no, Adam, hold on. But did he do the open-minded research that nobody offered him?
No, it's not for him to have to do that. He's turning up to a flat Earth conference to be convinced. Doesn't need. All he should need to do is buy a ticket and come out the other side with a considered opinion. That's the conference should have been building that for him, surely.
Yeah. It should have been done on the spot. The moment he offered up $1,000, it was for somebody in the audience to stand up there and then go, you don't need to go outside. Earth's measured flat. All claims of globes, orbital mechanics, and all mapping is derived from measurements taken from a flat Earth. They're called elevation angles. They're with respect to the star and described on a plane. The celestial sphere is wrapped around the equatorial plane. The equatorial plane is a measurement derived from that same plane with the stars and their minimum elevation angles. Earth is measured flat. I'll have you grand. Earth is flat.
So if I was to do that and go, well, it's flat because the horizon's not really a thing. It's to do with the Rayleigh criterion. Can I have $1,000 now?
That's crap. How does that prove it's flat?
Well, that's what was given to convince him.
But you're telling me that you can describe sufficiently what causes the horizon?
No, I didn't mention the horizon. Just went on about things disappearing in the distance and Rayleigh criterion. A very really.
So based on you being able to qualify hashtag shit shrinks, you think I should give you a grand because you proved Earth's flat? Nah, I wouldn't give you a grand for that if I was him.
I didn't go as far as proving shit shrinks even, did I? I just described the Rayleigh criterion and expected you to fill in all the blanks to make it make sense.
I suppose if you've been on that journey and drip fed little bits of information seeming to prove a flat Earth, then all the people, like the ones in the audience, would believe that that was enough. Confidence tricksters convincing them of flat Earth so that they can use the same confidence trick with something that isn't true. So it can be easily shouted down by someone like this without them even opening their mouth. Let the opponent do it all for you.
Oh, are we done with the candy wrappers here?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
You want to get to some steak?
I do want to do a shout out for Ballbusters on Saturday as we're still live.
Say again?
Got Ballbusters. Be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. 8 p.m. UK, 3 p.m. Central.
What? 2 p.m. US Central, 8 p.m. UK, and that's not what I'm talking about.
Be here or be sphere tomorrow.
Yeah, that's not the meat I'm talking about. You're doing candy wrappers right now. I want to get to some meat. You gonna stay here for a little while?
Yeah, you feel free. We're still live. Go ahead.
Go to Master B. There's a timestamp video. Anthony's gonna love this too because one of his buddies is on here.
I watched a bit of that last night, and I had to comment. It was frustrating, and then Whitsitt almost got the physicist to a point.
Because that kind of was going to be my next
and
question.
then Darren interrupted. Just blanked him and ruined the whole point he was about to win.
I guess what I can do is I can pull you into gravity land. So, because we kind of talked about, I mean, that refutes the globe geometrically. I get that you want to keep investigating it, and that's cool. And I think we're going to try to do some more tests, and hopefully maybe you'd even want to be a part of it, and maybe you know some people that have expertise in that field or something. Anyway. That refutes the globe, as do microwaves. So the next question, the glaring question, because we kind of talked about motion, geocentric, interferometry, debunking the rotation. We've talked about the geometry refutation of radio waves, microwaves, amongst many other things. But the next one, the big claim, right, is that we're in a giant vacuum, this majestic vacuum of stars and all this stuff. And so, and I know you've heard it. I know you've heard the question, but how do we have a pressurized system within a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, applying the second law of thermodynamics, which is, of course, that natural and spontaneous systems will always have entropy increasing and it will never decrease. How can that be possible in the face of a natural law?
That wasn't bad. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
In the natural law,
why is that
that needs.
What?
You thought it was good? I mean, he was just like scattergunning it. He was just talking so quickly I could barely.
Okay. I'll take your criticism, Marwin. You're saying he could have been a bit more concise. I'll give you that. But he was all right.
I thought that
he's taking the wrong angle.
And straight out of QE's website.
That's all right. No, doesn't have to offer credit, but yes, it is a QE argument. So what? There shouldn't be any objection. QE didn't object. Why are you all objecting? What's wrong?
I'm not. I'm agreeing. I think that was very concise.
Continue to play the video.
As we stated, is that it's in the absence of any outside forces. So, and in this case, it's not in the absence of any.
Stop it. The second law of thermodynamics isn't conditional, PhD idiot Parks, that I took to the woodshed for over 15 hours on my own show. Did you hear what he said? He said the second law of thermodynamics is conditional.
Conditional on what?
Conditional on outside forces.
Conditional on not being applied to atmospheres in a heliocentric model.
Yeah, conditional. Exactly, Adam. Conditional because my model can't comport to it.
Right, it doesn't apply to the Earth.
Yeah, exactly, Arwin. You've summed it up right. Rumpus, when he said the second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth, end quote. What he means is my model of an Earth with a sky vacuum would have gas filling it. Therefore, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to my model of the Earth. It's a law of nature.
Or in other words, it's conditional on outside forces.
It's conditional on globe belief.
At the Earth or somewhere else.
No, it's conditional on globe belief.
Yeah, but this is hello everyone. This is the problem with this is, for how many years have we gone down the road of asking them, how do you have gas pressure without a container? And all they want to do is go straight to, well, you see, gravity, a force of gravity does this, that, and gives weight to the air and causes a gradient and blah, blah, blah. So that's why I wouldn't even go down that road. The first place I go would be, does air have weight? And take away the very thing they need. And then after that, I'll come at them with, gas pressure without a container. Because they have nothing at that point. I don't even have to do that afterwards. Take away their air having weight. Take away that rubbish. And that's the end of it. I don't even need to ask them after that.
Yeah, but agreed. Let's continue.
For a pressure, as it were, as I like to refer to it as, which is, of course, gravity. So that is how. And the thing is, you say that the vacuum is at 10 to the negative 7 torr. Where? Where exactly is it at?
10 to minus 17.
Okay, so gas go down, go boom, boom, man. So that's what he just said. Yeah, the gas is kept there because of gravity. So gas go down, go boom, boom. That's his actual rebuttal.
Yeah, Brian's out with it. Absolutely correct.
Yeah, that's what I was. Sorry, yeah, that's what I was about to say. So at that point, Brian, is the time for you to slap him down because he's just smoked weight.
Yeah, it's just that normally, Adam, they get to that point after you've asked them about gas pressure needing a container, after you've gone down that road. Whereas I'd rather go to the gas pressure. I won't even have to go to gas pressure, to the gas pressure needing a container, because they'll be too busy going around in a circle trying to chase their tail, trying to figure out how air doesn't have weight. You know what I mean? They won't know what to do after that. You know what I mean? They'll be trying to latch on to buoyancy. Yeah.
If you put it in when you said it first, you're raising the point. He's now just made the point for your destruction to wipe him apart. He might have tried to wiggle out of your moment, but he made the claim. Yeah, that gas goes down, boom, boom, it has weight affected by. But as soon as he's done that, that's when you open up and destroy him. Once he's confirmed his position, not give him the position first. That's what we've been critical of.
Who cares? Just go play.
Well, I care.
No, let me just clear that up. We will play in about 10 seconds. It happened to be a discussion point over the last couple of days, QE, which is why he's put a finer point on it. That's the only reason. We will play on, though.
That's 10 to the negative 7 torr.
17 torr. And that's out past the moon in your model.
So with that one sentence, you've managed to get Witsit to start detailing their rhetoric without contextualizing it as being bullshit. Now Witsit's selling the globe and the sky vacuum that definitely exists.
I like that. I think where the ISS is, which is 255 miles.
Where the ISS is
like 10 to the negative 7.
Really? So you believe that where the ISS is, there's a sky vacuum? Man, you couldn't do any more damage with that single sentence.
Roughly, according to you guys.
At least he dropped that in at the end.
It doesn't really matter. Just that's kind of like the maximum.
Wow. You said in your model.
Yeah.
So I can't fault him for that.
No, I'll take it back.
The point is that at some point that gas is going to violently fill the available space, seeking equilibrium, and it's
not violate.
Not really going to care about any models that anyone comes up with. I do agree, of course, your model's claim is gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, and so now what we're going to have to figure out is how
you get around this, given that you also have a gravity. Because
great point. You just made a great point. The gas is going to behave how gas does, irrespective of your model. And that's a fantastic point, but he's not noticed himself how that's what he's got to address. Dear PhD professor, why does gas not behave as gas in your model?
Yep. But instead, he's got a conflict of interest because he's got a gravity that he needs to now weasel in. So that's what he's about to do, I estimate.
One, is that even a thing, right? Because you're making a claim in the face of the second law, right? And you can't replicate this. You can't show me gas pressure locally on the Earth remaining.
So are you. You've got a downward bias with an incoherent dielectric acceleration, Witsit.
That's exactly what I was going to just say. You just bet me to it. So are you with it. You're making the same claim, just a different name on it.
Yep.
In a container that's open, inside of a vacuum because of gravity or anything like that. So now we need to talk.
Well, we'll trim that out then, Witsit, or anything like that. So definitely not incoherent dielectric acceleration in a downward vector then, given that gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom.
About what, do you agree that gravity, as it is coined,
Notice he's now seeking agreement on something to do with gravity. Conflict of interest.
Has effectively been falsified. What people call gravity cannot be true. And
What people call gravity, not just the idea that gas go down, go boom, boom. Oh, no, you've got that too, haven't you?
Current state.
Well,
and
just
really that there's no
on this now. We're now in nonsense land.
Yep.
What are they calling gravity? What is the definition? There's no substance to address for the PhD.
Perfect for Witsit. He needs it nice and vague.
How can you falsify something that hasn't been or have a modicum of valid? You know what I mean? It hasn't been validated. So how can it be
you can't.
falsified?
You need a step one in a methodology. He will be leaning on his scientific credentials or credibility with the experiments, in quotes, that he's going to use. But he can't. He's got to start by having a natural phenomenon to observe, and they don't have one.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you have to have a modicum of validity first for something to even attempt to falsify it. So he's already given him that modicum of being valid. You following what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's lending the semi-credence to gravity in the way he's approached this. And he needs to, because he's got something that he will also argue with. So he's got to toe the line of not stepping on his own toes as he decries gravity. In name only, what you call gravity, he said.
Yeah. They've got to reach a point of agreement here because both of them invoke a downward force. Different origins, but both. So Witsit's now treading, instead of destroying this, he's treading it over it carefully to try and pick up a point of agreement, in my opinion.
We'll see.
Evidence for it. It's not like scientifically validated.
So just to go back, Blue Marble science has shown that in an open container, a gas can.
What? The PhD guys citing Billy Balls?
Yes.
Get out of here.
No, not just citing him. He started by saying, in an open container. So when you're asked about how you can have gas pressure without a container, you're going to lean on Billy Blue Ball's example of gas pressure in a container. I see.
Exist.
PhD professor leaning on Billy Balls in demonstrating gas pressure without a container by using two sets of containers.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, we are going to do our own call to action, though. It's only reasonable to Jaren, as he's put the effort in to make this video, and we would like to share the love algorithmically with him for doing so. So please let Jaren know, or Jarenism as the channel is called, know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, as is the case with Josh, or whatever his name was, the last videographer, and Jaren, in the vague hope that we would get the same response, and a link to our video where we were responded to. We would like you to encourage Jaren to do so by offering him some algorithmic love. Leave him a comment, let him know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And yeah, just let him know we responded to this particular video. And he can hopefully find his way to the timestamp, although we are late in this live stream now, a couple of hours in. Nevertheless, please do so. I'll keep calling to action you folk in the audience. Why what?
Why give that piece of garbage anything? He's destroying flat Earth. They are literal poison, this crew.
From one YouTuber to another. So is the guy we covered before, but you raised no objection then?
I did. You just couldn't hear me because I had no freaking internet. I was losing my mind.
Alrighty then.
Get a heavy or a gas as a higher pressure can exist open to a system that is of a lesser pressure.
That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
So the second law doesn't state, as it's been formulated by y'all.
Why are you going to tell us what it doesn't state? It's a description of what does occur always, but you're going to lead with what it doesn't state. It doesn't state that monkeys are going to screw unicorns. Who cares what it doesn't state? It does state entropic increase.
He said the second law as we formulated it.
Yeah.
Y'all conjured the second law of thermodynamics.
Is that QE's second law now?
But it doesn't apply to the Earth.
It's about to tell us how it doesn't. You listen.
It will equilibrize based on a vacuum. The equilibrium occurs when the pressures are different. Blue Marble Science on his channel is...
Sorry, what? Let me just restate it. The equilibrium occurs when the pressures are different. Is this guy really a PhD?
I think that's his way of saying gradient.
Isn't that a contradiction?
No, listen again, Alwyn. The equilibrium, you know what that means? Occurs when the pressures are different. Should we hear it again?
It will equilibrize based on a vacuum. The equilibrium occurs when the pressures are different.
Sorry, but this guy is an absolute idiot. Who is this guy? Rob Parks.
He's a PhD astronomer.
Okay.
Right. He doesn't realize the Earth is a dynamic system and it's not in equilibrium. It never really is.
But it's always seeking it.
Yeah, of course.
It's always seeking it. So as soon as you've got two pressure systems, there will be disequilibrium until equilibrium is reached. And entropy will try to reach that. What they won't do is sit there happily next to each other, having their own pressures. They can't because of the way they behave.
And their behaviour would be described by this law that he's saying it doesn't.
Well, QE's law now. The way we've now defined. Yeah, this is shameful from a PhD. A is lack of knowledge, and B, the intellectual dishonesty is now employing to try and poison the well against the second law by claiming we've rewrote it.
Blue Marble Science on his channel.
He's denying weather and convection currents and everything connected to weather. Absolutely everything connected to weather. But he's also stating that two different pressures will equalize. After saying that a low pressure and a high pressure can exist together without. It's crazy. This is just because someone's a PhD, they reckon they just make stuff up. That's what it seems to be.
Shown that that you can actually have that, and again, it's based on his.
Sorry, did I miss something? Where was that shown? Oh, by Blue Billy Bullballs with his gas pressure in a container? No, he showed the containers required.
Not Blue Belly Blue Balls, Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard.
Yeah, indeed. But he didn't show gas pressure without a container. He's now leaning on that as somehow being evidence.
Gravity. That's the reason why the butane stays in the open pipe as opposed to spilling out into the air.
It does.
That's not the reason.
Sorry, sorry, I just need to correct him. It did and would, and it's a law of nature. The gas will fill the space. You won't come back to that pipe a year later and find it's full of butane. Entropy. It's a law of nature. Does he think that gas, in this case butane, will prevail in an open container indefinitely? He's just denying that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. The guy's a moron.
That's what he just did. He just did say that. He just made a statement that in Hillbilly Blue Balls' demonstration that the gas pressure stayed, in defiance of the second law. That's what he's citing Hillbilly Blue Balls for. As proof that the second law is false.
Wrong.
Yeah, completely wrong. Can I give a little bit of background just for the audience? The butane that was put into the pipe, butane is a more dense gas than air, and more dense gases than air will diffuse slower. Less dense gases than air will diffuse faster. So that would have taken time to diffuse into the air, and it also was in a pipe, and the pressure was being created by him underneath as he was pumping it in. So he's pumping in a more dense gas that was displacing the air that was already in there, while he's standing in air pressure. So he technically used the butane canister, which is the first container, the pipe, which is the second container, and toward the container he's standing in, which is the container over the earth. There's 3 containers he used, and all he showed was all he was actually showing was the diffusion rate of a more dense gas than air. That's what he was showing into the air.
Doesn't remain in there forever, does it? And of course, that's a container.
He showed that however you constrain stuff, high pressure will always go to low. Might take time, but entropy always rules.
What's another name for entropy?
Natural law, laws of thermodynamics.
The arrow of time.
A pipe is a container.
He's just showing entropy and then claiming he's debunking it. It's absolutely absurd.
It stayed in there. I think he did the experiment for a day.
Sorry, it stayed in there. No, it did not.
And it's not an experiment.
But it's just time limited it. It just said, I think it stayed in there for a day. Right, so the entropy took place then.
So it diffused into the area of volume between the gaps in the existing gas pressure that would have to have been contained for this to have taken a bit longer. So there was a container needed to form the gas pressure at atmospheric levels, as you described them, and there was a container needed to transport the gas through that gas pressure to the quasi-experiment, and there was a container that it was put into, that it eventually leaked out of, through entropy. But you think this proves that gas can exist without containment, in defiance of natural law? It's so absurd. It's untrue.
Yeah, it's also another problem that the diameter of the pipe was so small that a fusion couldn't take place efficiently. So let's make the diameter of that pipe 3 feet. Let's see how long the butane lasts in there.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Small diameter.
Yeah, it's like having a slow puncture. Oh, well, and that defies entropy. Look, I've kept it in the tyre for a week. Yeah, but every time a gas particle hit the hole, it bounced through the hole and out into the available volume, because it could. And eventually all of it did that, because the probability of eventually, over time, the arrow of time, entropy's description, all of them will eventually hit the hole. That's all he did. Showed a slow puncture.
To him about it, he admitted that it ends up leaving the container, and so
yeah, exactly, Witsit.
Yeah, and then
yes. So there's a law of nature that describes it's called entropy. Gas fills space. Therefore, space is fake. Why are you yelling it at him, Witsit?
You're going to get into
in line, and
why has he got the mic? So space is fake. Gas fills space. Your example showed entropic increase. So gas fills space then. So we're not in any way moving past this fact, this law of nature, and in fact your cited example to overcome it with gas not filling a sky vacuum was an example of gas filling an already existing gas pressure. Slowly. Wow, that achieved nothing.
Into density there, right? You're going to get into density. What is density? Density is intrinsic.
No, we're going to get into how that was an entropic increase, proving your point, Witsit. Do you not know when you've won?
The electrostatic, molecular, intermolecular.
Oh, my bad. It wasn't that you could take the win. It's your opportunity to punt your scam with your confidence trickster methodology by talking about incoherent dielectric accelerative downward biases. Isn't it, Witsit? It's not just that you've debunked space. It's an opportunity to con people.
Yeah.
You had a really good opportunity there to demonstrate that the PhD was talking out of his arse. You had him. You actually had him, and you could have forced a retraction there. And instead, it was abandoned to what? Pump your own rhetoric, which is about as valid as the stuff you could have destroyed.
Yeah, but he's going to segue back into. He's going to segue. I guarantee he'll segue back into gravity of his own description next.
Yeah, it's just really sad. You had live him by the balls. He just lied. He just cited hillbilly blue balls. A PhD has cited that as and called it an experiment. Just don't get off that shit. until he absolutely abandons it himself. Yeah? Just keep banging on and on and on. Sorry, you, a PhD, have just cited hillbilly blue balls. Can we put that on, Jaron? Can we put this experiment on? Yeah, and then let's take him through the experiment. What's your independent variable, mate? Absolutely nail him to the cross he's just put up for you.
Forces. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then there's a downward, like what you call weight. You can try to say that gas has weight.
Called it. Not just a segue, an outright claim being made that sits directly contrasting gravity with the same bullshit. What an outrage. Now, if you're a member of my audience and you cannot see the con, then you're blind.
Weight or whatever, but that has in a contain.
Weight or whatever, like gas go down, go boom, boom. No, it don't. And that's why he segued away. That's why.
Can I just point out, you can't appeal to them not being able to see it, otherwise they're blind, because that is the emperor's new clothes of fallacy.
Yep, exactly.
People may not see it.
That's only no. That's only true for the followers of Witsit, not true for Witsit.
No, because I know, but you said your words just then were, if you can't see the con, you are blind. That you can't word it like that, because not everybody will see it. In other words, you can't apply the emperor's new clothes.
No, he's applying it to his audience, our audience, yeah?
Yeah, no, I don't think you should do that. I think that you should point it out more explicitly. And if they can't see it, the blind makes them... It's dodgy because they can feel as though you're being deceptive if they can't see it.
Okay, I understand. Well, you outline it then.
I can't, but I didn't make the sentence, so I don't want to try.
I'll outline it then. You heard my outrage, because this is supposed to be a debate of flat Earth versus ball Earth. And the flat Earthers just got the baller to demonstrate how he's lying, doesn't understand science, doesn't understand natural law, and wants to deny natural law in its application to the Earth. And instead of doing that, that option has been ignored in favor of giving his audience his rhetoric on a downward acceleration caused by electropotential differences. That's what he's there for. He's not there to destroy the ball. He's there, look, to pimp his grift.
Yep. That's the con. If you can't see that in light of him winning, he had every element to nail this guy to the cross, as it was just described, and instead he punted the con of ether. Yeah. Not annihilated space, not left no doubt in the mind of the audience that space is fake based on the win that this guy's given him with a demonstration of gas filling space in Hillbilly Blue Ball's example of entropic increase. He didn't take the win, he punted the con. If you can't see that, you're blind. Now I've qualified it along with the statement, Anthony.
That's better, because I think those that couldn't see it would think that you were being deceptive if they genuinely couldn't see it. Because
we just went through it. But we just went through it 20 seconds earlier. But fine, yes, I've requalified it, and Adam has too. It's been done 3 times.
Perfect.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Witsit said, with your gravity, given you're saying that weight is weight or whatever. But Witsit is claiming a downward bias of all things, including gases. Right, if he's claiming a downward bias, he's claiming a downward bias of gases, because he's claiming all electrostatics. And that downward bias would be measured as weight. It's still weight. So you can't have
well, let me lead you, Brian. In other words, what you're suggesting here is the application of your argument with respect to the removal of gas from a vacuum chamber and demonstrating the weight of the object therein would apply here no different to it would to a baller. Absolutely correct. This mirrors or parallels the globe Earth argument. Hence, we describe it as coming from the feast of nonsense, because it just leaves you, the audience, with a false dichotomy. Globe Earth gravity versus flat Earth gravity. Both bullshit, both downward biases, both defied by gas behaviour. When he gets the win, Witsit gets the win with gas behaviour, it violates natural law. Here's your example doing it. No, he can't take that route. it violates his con. So he segues onto his own rhetoric. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, because he's saying, you're saying weight is air is weight or whatever, but that is what you're saying too, Whitsitt. Because you're claiming, Whitsitt is claiming electrostatics. Now, there was covalent and ionic bonds in gas molecules and gases. The only ones that doesn't have bonds are the noble gases, right? But all the rest of them have bonds, either ionic or covalent. And that means that he's claiming, this is ridiculous, he's actually claiming that the noble gases don't have weight, but the rest of them do have weight because they have electrostatics. Without saying the word weight, they'll have a downward bias. So that's what he's saying is that H2, let's say water vapor, for instance, water vapor has a downward bias, but helium and neon don't because they are noble gases. Without even knowing it, that's what he's actually saying.
Water vapor doesn't have a downward bias.
Sorry?
Water vapor does not have a downward bias.
No,
Water
we
vapor
know.
goes up.
Yeah,
we know that, Anthony.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, come on, man. Give us a break.
Container and the gas ends up leaving, right? And so you guys are claiming that there's perpetually a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum. And you would agree that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is containment, and that you're claiming that gravity acts as that containment?
I suppose if you...
Yep, he's clarifying the globe claim rather than annihilating it. That's right, Arwin.
You treacherous traitorous Whitsitt.
Yeah. It's nuts, isn't it? That's what... I'm slightly lost for words. Shout out to Phoenix Rising 86 for joining as a member. Thank you very much indeed.
He might just be setting them up for a fall, though. He might be getting him to say gravity is a downward force, and then he's going to flip in the gravity is not a force phrase. Let's see where he goes with it.
If you put it that way, sure. I do not believe that gas pressure requires a container.
Can you give any example other than begging the question?
The way that gas pressure is defined is the amount of momentum that is conveyed onto a theoretical surface that the particle hits. So
a container.
That's not. Wow. I'd love to see that definition. Where's that?
So you're nailing there. You've just had a go at us for apparently restructuring the second law of thermodynamics. You're now redetermining what gas pressure is. Apparently, gas pressure is now the imaginary pressure created on an imaginary surface. No, mate. That is your desperation, once again, isn't it, to have gas pressure working everywhere but different on the Earth as a globe. It's just another Weasley way and recognition that gas behavior does not work in his model.
Right. If you say a particle hits a theoretical surface, that's like saying the particle hits the idea that you can think of as a surface, even though it isn't. And that's supposed to work.
The surface of what? The surface of the
container.
Containment.
No, but in his mind, it's just the idea of a surface. It isn't actually.
Yeah, but that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
PV equals nRT.
What's V?
That's a parts, yeah.
What's V?
Yeah. Volume of the containment.
Yeah.
You close out on the video.
Come again?
You close out on the video.
Yeah, but this is a time to reflect on what we might have talked about.
But you didn't get to the better parts.
What was the better part?
When they talk about how gas pressure's right there next to him, and Whitsitt don't know how to close it out.
You can calculate what the gas pressure. I could calculate what the gas pressure is right here without having a surface. Technically.
Sorry, what the V? Adam's already covered this. Where'd you get the V? He's just arbitrarily described an area with his hands in the air.
There is gas pressure right here.
You're begging the question, man.
How did you achieve that without a container, PhD?
And you're begging the question.
Begging the question. Again, I don't use fallacies, so
Yeah, you do. You just did.
What do you mean by what is wrong?
Well, you use them.
What is wrong with me arbitrarily ascribing an area of volume without containment within existing gas pressure that must have had containment to say that you don't need containment? What's wrong with that? Quite a lot.
Come here.
You do use them, but you mean I know what you're.
Stay there. Stay there.
Can you mute, Anthony?
Oh, sorry.
So I'm saying, like, obviously, bro, we have gas on the earth, right? Like, the question is how. And so if we then point out that there's gas on the air, that we don't have this perceivable container, it's begging the question. And there's actually.
Does Whitsitt actually understand this argument?
All he had to do is you're talking about existing gas pressure. That's all he had to say.
Well, it just has to reiterate the question. How do we have existing gas pressure without a container? The gas pressure he's trying to arbitrarily ascribe to the area in front of his hands is already in existence. How do we have the already in existence gas pressure we are breathing without a container? And if he says, easily, hillbilly blue balls, he's already done it, they've already had the conversation, and Whitsitt's already won.
Right.
He's heard me deal a death blow to ballers for 3 years with this exact argument. What do you mean? How does Whitsitt know this argument? He should. After 3 friggin' years, daily.
There's evidence that there's a container. I'll go ahead and shut this down real quick. We have equipotential increase of like electrical field on the earth, right? We have equipotential.
There you go. That's the problem.
Increase 100 volts per meter.
This is why he doesn't do it.
That, yes.
Yeah. Richard Feynman has a lecture on it. Atmospheric electricity breaks it down pretty good.
Oh, he starts talking real quick when it comes to being asked for evidence of this, doesn't he? That was real quick talk.
Chapter 9.1.
That is not evidence either. Claiming Richard Feynman has a lecture on it is not evidence. You've not demonstrated anything that's worthy of comment.
This is the end for debunking space, by the way. That will now be left long in the distance from this point forward.
It's also an appeal to authority fallacy with Richard Feynman, because Richard Feynman was a theoretical physicist, not a physicist. By the way.
The requirement to have equipotential increase like that is 2 Gaussian surfaces, one below, one above, which creates a finite volume so that you can have it equally distributed. And so now we need a physical.
What the hell did that mean?
Can Whitsitt now define what a Gaussian surface is?
I couldn't. What's a Gaussian
he's
surface?
He's claiming a dome.
Hold on. New words. What does that mean?
Look it up.
Look up the dictionary of making shit up.
He's claiming a dome above, surface beneath.
You want me to tell you?
Yes, please.
From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University. It is often convenient to construct an imaginary surface called a Gaussian surface to take advantage of the symmetry of the physical situation. From the University of California, San Diego, note, a Gaussian is an imaginary surface. It does not necessarily coincide with a physical object. End of citation.
That's what he's describing. I wouldn't have known that.
I'll tell you why. It's not relevant to anything unless you're an Ethereum and you believe in incoherent dielectric and the emergence. Because see that reading it, this makes the cosines of all the dot products equal to simply 0 or 1. The electric field that passes through the parts of the Gaussian surface where the flux is non-zero has a constant magnitude. It's just a totally theoretical component of an electromagnetic wave where, as it says, the flux is non-zero and has a constant magnitude. It is just a mathematical construct. But where Whitsitt's going to use this is where that Gaussian surface, the surface of the Earth, is that's where we are in these in this electromagnetic field that's causing it, and it's the Earth plane that sits in this Gaussian field. That's where he's going to.
I bet you're right.
Oh, I am. I'm the emissary.
Physical container or Gaussian surface above us to be parallel to the surface to give us the provably measurable equipotential on the Earth. This combined with the fact that all experiments ever will show you that gas.
Holy crap. So Witzit's got an imaginary container then?
And all experiments ever. All experiment. Well, the whole body of science proves ether.
Is this the body of science that Jaron called us out on as being scammers?
No, the science that doesn't prove things proves ether.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I see. So, Jaron, what a scumbag. Yeah, this is why I went on your show and you still disagreed with me, but yet what, this guy next to you is going to get away with it? Total scum.
I think, Nathan, you'll find that science doesn't prove things except for the ether.
Unless it's ether.
According to Jaron.
Yeah, Jaron. Yeah, you're a con artist, Jaron. Your projection of your con, this con that you and your compadres, one of them right next to you, have got going on, is being exposed. You're a scumbag con artist just out to deceive people with this hijacking of methodology. Witzit, your guy next to you, your man, he don't have it. You know it and I know it, and that's why you had to call me a scammer, isn't it? We interfered with your con. This con. Right now. Notice Jaron's looking up now.
I got to give him credit because he preemptively called you a conner so he could get off with his con.
Yep. And this, what was I accused of? Con artist. He says science proves things. Witzit's claiming science for ether. He hasn't got it. But that's why we need to be called con artists. That's why it happened. This is it.
Gas pressure required in the container kind of leaves us in this predicament from your side's paradigm to claim that space and time that can't be scientifically verified kind of defy physics, right? Like,
yeah, Brian.
Yeah, Witzit specifically said to me that he's not claiming science for ether. Now, he's talking about experiments proving it in our debates. That's debates plural. Oh, sorry, no. The two times I showed, or the second one was a debate. But he did claim he's not claiming science for ether. Now he's talking about experiments for ether. That would be science.
He's a liar. So this ether believer, con artist, it's swindler, is also a liar. Shocking, isn't it? Not claiming science for ether, Witzit. That's what you told Brian. Now here you are telling this PhD you got experiments for it. You're a con artist.
Nathan, he said it on your show too. It can't be validated scientifically. He's not claiming science. He said it a few times, and now he's saying it's validated through the scientific method. Ether, okay.
Like it's anomalous physics, as I call it.
Okay, so again, gas pressure doesn't require a container. If I have gas sitting right here, and I, if gas is sitting right here, I suddenly put a pressure sensor right here. That pressure sensor is going to give me a.
So if I take already existing pressure, which would require containment, and arbitrarily ascribe a volume to it and test the pressure in it, then I can show that it has pressure, therefore containment isn't required. Yeah, where did you get the pre-existing gas pressure from?
Yeah, he's retarded.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and what could someone ask Witzit what anomalous physics is? What's that?
Physics that's formally claimed to not prove anything that he wouldn't have, that he is now claiming proves things. That would be anomalous physics.
Thank you.
The value. So are you saying that if I remove the sensor, that gas pressure is no longer there?
If I create a straw man scenario that's definitely not the question being put to me, does that mean the gas pressure doesn't exist? No, Dumbo. Removing a instrument of measurement of gas pressure doesn't remove the pressure, but removing the containment and putting it in a vacuum would. Gas would fill the space. It's a law of nature. One that you say doesn't apply and that you don't need containment. How? I take this existing gas pressure that would require antecedent consequent relationship of containment and say that I can ascribe an area that doesn't have a container, therefore no containment needed. It's idiotic.
Yeah, but Witsit doesn't clearly state that this thing.
That's right. He doesn't. Neil. He doesn't. He doesn't. Neil's right.
No, the reason that it gives you a value is because there's gas pressing in on it from all directions.
Right.
Contrary to what people will want to say,
No, the question you ask is, where'd you get the gas pressure from in the first place? That's the question, Witsit. If you understood this argument, I don't think you do. I would have assumed you should, and QE's assuring me you should. But it seems like you don't, because the right response there is, where'd you get the gas pressure from in the first place?
gas is pushing down on you. Well,
oh, that's why he didn't say it. Because gas go down, go boom, boom, right? Witsit? Yo, Jaron, yeah, this is the scam. You and the ball have the same scam, and that's why you need to call me the con artist for saying science proves things. Here's Witsit talking about his science for his ether, and what's the claim? Gas go down, go boom, boom. No, it doesn't.
The gas is pushing, gas pressure of the Earth is pushing in all directions. That's why your sensor's picking it up. The question is...
Not for you, Witsit. Being exposed.
What is allowing that gas pressure to be here if it's supposedly surrounded by a vacuum?
Don't put it as a question. State it as a fact. It's an antecedent consequent relationship, my friend. You don't need to put this as a question.
So when we start...
Well, I'm going back to the whole gas pressure requires a container issue.
Yeah, it does. It's not an issue. It's a fact. It's a law of nature.
Is if
yes.
I put a sensor there, what is my container? I'm measuring something.
That's his question to you. Let's see if Witsit falls for this burden of proof reversal. That's what he's asking you, Dumbo. You're the one with the sky vacuum. Hello?
First containing the gas pressure on the
Why
Earth.
are you answering him, Witsit?
No, basically what I'm asking is, right here, what is the container for the gas at this point? If you have a sensor here, it's measuring pressure at this point.
There's only one honest answer to that question, and it's I don't know. We must have containment to have gas pressure, though.
And then you take it away. Does that mean the gas pressure is no longer there?
No. You're measuring the gas pressure that's
in his arbitrarily ascribed already in existing gas pressure hand movements. What? If you listen to his question and just answer it, no, mate. If you remove an arbitrarily ascribed container that isn't really containing anything and measure how much pressure there is in your non-container that you've arbitrarily imagined, and then you take away the measurement device for the gas pressure that was already in existence before you ascribed an imaginary container that didn't contain anything, the gas pressure will still be there even if you take the measurement device away. What the fuck are you asking that for, you stupid crackhead? Would be my response.
In my imagination, this. In my imagination, that. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine that? I imagine this. I imagine that. What is this?
Astronomer, PhD.
I've only had 2 to 3 years of this, and not so much. And like you guys, how many years have you had it? I can't listen. I don't know if I can listen to this.
9.
What is this? It's just imaginations. What is this?
Well, what it is you have a situation where you have two people with beliefs, and they're both fighting for the same claim, but none of them want to admit it. And that's the size of it. And both of their claims are false in reality. In reality, it's provably false, but they have a belief. Now, what it seems to be, like, correct me if I'm wrong here now, anyone, but it seems to me that the ballers seem to think that containers for gas can only be like the size that you can handle with your hand. So they have to be like no bigger than, I don't know, a few feet, a canister. Because it seems to me that they need containers that gas can be contained, but only in the small scale. It doesn't need containment in the big scale. It's a completely paradoxical stance.
What you've got is you've got two people who only hold beliefs trying to ascribe different causation or something that's not observed. That thing not being observed is gas go down, go boom, boom. But one wants to ascribe gravity and one wants to ascribe dielectrics to this thing that's not observed, because both of them need to have this thing that's not observed to hold up their worldview, their beliefs.
At the expense of reality.
Oh, God,
That's
yes,
correct.
reality. That's a minor inconvenience at this point.
Yeah, gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom, but they both need that to be the case. One will openly admit it, the other won't, until it's necessary to admit it. That's Witsit.
It's on the Earth. And the question is, what is allowing us to have gas pressure on the Earth? Arbitrarily drawing a circle with your hands doesn't change this. That's begging the question. You're begging the question that you can have gas pressure without a container because we have gas pressure on the Earth, but we're trying to figure out, can you have the gas pressure on the Earth without the container?
That's not bad. He didn't do badly, though. It's a bit convoluted, but not bad.
Air in your room is the air pressure on the Earth. 14.7 psi roughly at the surface, right?
Yeah, in essence, he's saying you've already got existing gas pressure. Not bad.
So it's begging the question. Obviously, you can't do any, experiment to show that you can have gas pressure without.
Not really begging the question because he's begging the question of containment, but he hasn't stated that. He's overtly stated you don't need containment with a demonstration of entropy increase. So therefore, he hasn't backed his point. He's just rinsing and repeating. But in so doing, he's managing to get Witsit flustered.
Without a container,
Witsit also is messing up. You're not going to be doing experiments. You'll be doing a demonstration to show whether or not gas pressure requires a container, etc. They're not experiments. They're going to be a demonstration.
No, you can describe that as that antecedent consequent relationship can be summarized as a cause and effect relationship that can be validated in the scientific method.
Yeah, but you know the cause, container.
But that's a cause, though, isn't it? Yeah, but that's still a cause.
Because there's an experiment that proves it.
We observe. Go on, whoever it is.
Oh, well, that's it. That is the cause, and we've got experiments that will prove it. You can state science there, yeah, but you don't need to. You can just say it is the antecedent relationship. It's then up to him to oppose known physics, isn't it, with his proof of why that antecedent relationship isn't required. This is the whole crux of what the question is. How can you have gas pressure without a container? He's just saying you can. You tell me why I shouldn't be able to have that. And he's doing a good job, the PhD.
I said it at the start. That's what I said at the start. He's flipped the burden and Witsit's fell for it. Now Witsit's on the back foot trying to explain this and justify how we should have an antecedent consequent relationship. Just stand firm. What are you talking about? You can't have gas pressure without a container. State it as fact. Be indignant when you state it. Talk down to him.
I'll concede to you that's kind of like it flirts with a bad faith request because in your paradigm you have gravity here and how could you ever do that, blah blah blah. Nevertheless,
pressure is the change of momentum as a function of area.
Right? What area of what?
Area of what? Yeah.
That would be part of that volume.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but that's the point. This is how he's lying now, isn't it? Because pressure is a volume of something, is it? The only time you're going to use the term area is when it's the pressure it's applying to the walls of the container. That's what has area.
Yep.
Where the pressure is being applied. The pressure is applied on the walls of the container.
Yeah, it's the V in PV equals nRT. You've got to have a volume to calculate it in the first instance. That's why he has to arbitrarily ascribe an area with his hands. Another question Witsit could have put to him, why have you got to ascribe an area with your hands at all in the pre-existing gas pressure? Now, he got halfway there in a convoluted way when I was saying not bad, not bad. But a better question is, why are you ascribing an area at all? Because you can't have gas pressure without a container. To calculate it, you need the force on the area, as you put it. Of what? The container.
He goes out of it not the way it's done here. That's my
absolutely. I totally agree.
be...
Neil's right on point today. So right. Definitely, Neil.
Argumentation from hand movements.
One more time, Tim Four.
Argumentation from hand movements.
Yeah, but his hand movement ascribes a volume to give himself containment. Although he's making up a fictional container through a Gaussian surface, he's still having to create that container because even in the maths, there's got to be a volume for him to describe the pressure with. So in every aspect, he's going to need a container, and he knows it to the point where he's arbitrarily inventing one with his hands and then asking hypotheticals about something that will take place within a container he's arbitrarily ascribed within existing gas pressure that would require containment.
Yeah, but the bigger elephant in the room is he just made up a definition, a law of identity definition.
Yes.
Or a law of identity violation definition. That's not gas pressure.
No, it isn't. It's just
how would you calculate for area without a boundary?
Well,
how would you calculate for area without a boundary?
You can't. He's just saying at a surface, though. He's redefined what gas pressure is. That hadn't slipped me by, QE.
You can have of gas pressure without a container by defining an area in space and looking at the amount of the average momentum of the gas particles as they move through that part of space. That is what gas pressure is defined
No, it's
as.
not.
Yeah, it's making shit up at university.
Yep.
Citation, please.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I was thinking.
He's trying to an area in space.
Sure.
I mean,
sorry.
One more time. No, you go ahead. Patsy.
Oh, I was saying he's trying to appeal to the definition of atmospheric pressure. And what they do is they take just a part of the whole. So they're defining just a part of the whole. The area is just a part of the whole.
An average.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. If actually you're not wrong in what you're saying, and I did spot that's what he's at, but it doesn't matter. The whole requires an area,
exactly,
a boundary. No matter what way he tries to describe it, he's going to have to describe a boundary. Even when he tries to not to describe it.
Right.
Exactly. Let me just clarify this in terms that people have heard before. Hold on, Arwin. So often you'll hear QE refer to this as the delta X argument, because what they do is they take you away from the antecedent consequent relationship that cannot be gotten away from by starting with existing gas pressure and asking how something might react within the already existing gas pressure. So it's delta X. If the question is, how do you achieve the gas pressure that you will move on to use already in existence? The question is, how will you achieve it in the first place? But they then say, well, if I've already got gas pressure, how do you explain how I can just put a pressure gauge in the middle of the already existing? That's what they're doing. It's delta X after the pressure has been formed, rather than addressing the question. How do you get the gas pressure in the first place? Well, I'll just take it as already existing and go from there and ask you about it, is what he's done.
Yeah, and what he's also doing is he's basically saying that if I was to drop you in the center point of the Pacific Ocean and you couldn't see any direction all the way around you, in other words, like when I say in the center of the ocean, I don't mean on the surface, I mean right in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle of the pressure that it would create.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. And you weren't able to see the shoreline anywhere around you because you were completely surrounded with water. He's basically saying, well, if I was to measure the pressure in that point, you would have a pressure. What's causing that? Completely ignoring the fact that the shoreline's all the way around you, but they're that far away you can't see them. It's exactly the same as the real world that we're in. There's a shoreline all the way around us called the container, and whatever that container is, it is causing the pressure that we breathe. That's what he's trying. He's trying to argue
the question being asked to him in that scenario is, how do you have a body of water to swim in without a pool or something to contain it? And he says, well, right in the middle of the ocean, right? If I take a pressure gauge, you're like, what? That's not the question.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's arguing scale.
Delta X.
As though it's a debunk.
Right, but the whole point about gas pressure is it all presses on all other gas that eventually presses on the gas that presses on the container of all that gas.
There was a quick get around when this used to be a prevalent argument in 2017, right? Which is the quick get around, if you actually want to draw him back into the argument with the question, what's it pressing on at the top? Because he's already described how it's pressing on something, a Gaussian surface or otherwise. He's got an area. He's described that as well. Okay. What's the gas pressing on at the top? Notwithstanding that there's a sky vacuum. Okay. What's it pressing on at the top? End of argument. He's only got one way to go. Gas go down, go boom, boom.
Arbitrarily determining
area.
Yeah, like, or volume. Like, it's just you're arbitrarily determining it, but in reality, you have to have some type of something physical, because the gas pressure is literally defined as the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container.
That is and again,
that is how it's defined. He's right. Witzett's right.
The gas pressure is defined by the
He said
change of
one thing
momentum
wrong.
that would
Force
He wasn't
exerted on the walls of a
specific. It's not-
container. That's what he said. That's correct.
Yeah, he said something physical. No, it has to be a solid.
Yes,
Only a
that's true.
solid will contain gases. So a solid, rather than saying physical, that's the only thing. Now, you can, in a moment, you could say something wrong in a debate, but
Doesn't have to be solid either. I mean, you can argue that the surface of the water is in some way a surface part of the container, but it's not solid.
well, no, because and the reason is that air does end up becoming parts of water. Not all the air that bounces off of the water bounces back.
No, fair enough. That's
Sometimes
true. No, I agree.
It has to be a solid. Yeah,
I'll take it back.
would be provided to a surface of some defined area. That
like the area of the containment for the gas. Yeah, he's got so many winds to take off this guy.
surface doesn't physically need to be there for that pressure.
What, the one that you just described being there? What the bloody hell are you babbling about?
To exist.
So for the surface of the area that you described to exist, it doesn't need to exist. Is this guy nuts? Is he
The
on crack?
invisible walls.
It's
okay, but the pressure exists within the confinement of that surface. You're kind of even arguing against your own model at this point because your model claims that gravity acts as the containment, right? Like
I mean, I kind of sympathise with Whitsitt in a way. He wants to drag him onto the rhetoric of the argument that he should be having, and instead he's just redefining what pressure is, which, from Whitsitt's point of view, yeah, they do that. You've got to think on your feet. You can't force him to argue gravity so that you can take him to gas go down, go boom boom. If he just decides to redefine what pressure is, you've got to work with what you get.
Your model does not deny that the second
Why are
law
you telling him what his model does?
Would necessitate containment. It is just a fact that, you know, that
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I understand his frustration here. He's tried to get the guy to state his claim, and the guy has been a really good anti-flat earther, if I'm being honest. He's avoided the definition of pressure and redefined it, and he's being very stubborn and not moving on it. So I can understand why it's okay. Let me try a different tack. Let's get him onto something else that he can't deny. So I'd be frustrated there, but he should have just doubled down and not tried to debate it. Just as you said, ridicule the man for suggesting that PV equals NRT is incorrect.
Yeah, demean him, talk down to him, be indignant. Yeah, absolutely
It's
correct.
the only way to go. It's the only way to go there because you're now arguing with an idiot, aren't you? So you've just got to demonstrate he's an idiot.
I mean, maybe not the "Oi crackhead" line, but the sentiment, yes.
Well, actually, that level of incredulity at him, I think, is reasonable because that's what he's actually doing. If you went, are you on drugs, mate? At what point did you not learn PV equals NRT? I think you're being very disingenuous here, sir. Yeah,
but
he's integrity into question because he's lying.
Yes, he is. But the fact that Whitsitt didn't do that was the point that I identify, or in my mind, that identifies Whitsitt as not actually understanding the intricacies of this argument.
Or maybe he didn't want to be too mean because he might be called like he's a Nathanian debater or something.
What, for winning?
What?
Yeah. For being too direct.
Sorry, Aaron. I thought you were finished, Aaron. Sorry. What I find in this arena is on the opposing side, you have people who. Now, I think Rob Parks is a PhD astronomer. I think, as far as I know, that is what he is. But there's often in this arena, there's been people on our opposing side who either they do have or they claim to have PhDs or degrees or whatever, right? But what they do is they go and make stuff up, right, in a debate with a flat earther who doesn't have a degree or a PhD. Would they be so fast to make stuff up with another PhD? Especially a PhD in a discipline that was real science. Would Rob Parks?
Or, as you put it, Brian, if they were in a university setting, like you've said before, I'd do it for free if I was like in an environment where there's consequences for them just making shit up.
Exactly, yeah. In that circumstance, against me, Rob Parks couldn't make stuff up. But online, he could. And that's the difference.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sit in a room of his peers in a university hall and deny PV equals NRT.
Exactly. Wouldn't do it. Here, In this setting, with Jer and the crap moderator, he'll do whatever he likes, won't he? He'll just make shit up to Witsit to get him on the back foot because he knows where Witsit's got to have him arguing, which is on his gravity gas go down, go boom, boom. He's not letting him go there. Witsit's stumbling all over himself because of it. Essentially, it's a tactic as opposed to something that with someone with integrity would do, because he's not using integrity. He's being deceptive. He's a liar, as you put it, Adam. You're correct.
I think they're actually talking about the wrong topic. I would prefer, if I had to have that debate, I would prefer to talk with him about astronomy and go through how astronomy is done and the fact that they use the equinox and the extension of the claimed equatorial plane out into the celestial plane at equinox. You know what I mean? And they're using angles and that's what I would. That's where
In
I
other
would
words,
want to go.
Unlike the last videographer that dealt with Dave Weiss, you'd want to take him by the short hairs and get him proving a flat Earth on your behalf.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we would do here. Yeah, Brian.
They do it there.
Go ahead.
Either that, Brian, or always carry a wet fish in your pocket for a debate.
Yes, that's one of the tips I often give too.
Slap them round the chops every time. Monty Python round chops every time they say something stupid. Just slap them round chops.
I carry a flamethrower.
That's why the Knights of Ni wanted the herring
system, and that all spontaneous and naturally occurring systems, entropy will always increase and never decrease. It will spontaneously seek equilibrium, and that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is containment, but your model claims that gravity acts as that containment.
Hold on. At that point, you don't assert their claim in rebuttal for them. You assert that space is fake. That's the win. You've just summarized your win. Now, the conclusion to the summary of the win isn't, and your rebuttal is that gravity holds the gas down. It's the conclusion that, therefore, space is fake. Because it is, based on what you've just summarized. Not, here's your rebuttal for you. Crap.
Yeah. I mean,
He wants to explain gravity to him, that's why.
Well, no, if you're going to say anything about his paradigm to him, I won't use the term model, then it can only be in correction of him when he's wrong. I mean, I'm not going to stop bringing up their claims, but if they start making them, and I know their paradigm better than them, which I do for 99.999% of them, then I will correct that person on their own claim, purely because it's the meaning for them within the debate that they have to be corrected on their own claim. But I won't bring up their claim.
Yeah, but he wants to get back to dielectric acceleration. Trust me.
Right. And so you pointing out this little area here saying there's pressure is actually even going against your own model and the second law of thermodynamics. And it's begging the question of how we have gas pressure on the Earth. Like,
I still don't know what begging the question means, but what I can.
Assuming your outcome.
Now I'd school him. I'm sorry. You don't understand begging the question. Let me educate you. I'm shocked that a PhD professor doesn't understand this concept. But, okay, I think we need to take a minute. This guy's setting himself up. He's having to play dumb, look. So make him appear dumb.
Yeah, he's to get away with the swindle when he redefines words. He's playing dumb.
Didn't he say earlier it wasn't him that stated? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure in this video he has stated that he's not using a fallacy.
That's correct.
How would he know if he's not using a fallacy yet he doesn't understand what begging the question fallacy is?
Yes. Very disingenuous, Brian. Correct.
I can tell you is that, again, you have ignored the caveat that I had stated to. Everyone talks about, the two systems that are at separate pressures will equal if they are allowed to.
No, we don't talk about the two separate systems. We annihilate the idea of there being gas pressure without containment. You have a notion that you would like everybody to automatically adhere to that there is gas pressure and a sky vacuum. So you're begging the question, automatically assuming your outcome. I wonder if Witzel will point out where he actually did directly beg the question.
Interact with each other, they will librize, I need to come up with a better word. Their temperatures will become the same, their densities will become the same, so forth and so on. The caveat is...
What? Pressure is what we're talking about. What's he babbling on about densities for?
In the absence of outside...
He's trying to... Go on, Kiwi.
I think that was a rhetorical question. I answered it anyway because Professor PhD astronomer Rob Parks is a moron. That's why.
Forces.
I thought it was he was trying to invoke weight by density.
Don't give him that, Brian. He's dumber than that.
All right,
that is not.
He's struggling with the word equalize. So
equilibrize. I need a new word.
I think he's trying to say something like equilibrate for some reason. I don't know why he's trying to say that, but he is.
That is not the case.
Again?
No, just go.
Let's not dwell on this.
To say equalize, because then, because equilibrate sounds a bit more vague. If he says equalize, everyone knows exactly what that means.
I see. So you think he's trying to make it more vague by making the word slightly more complicated than it needs to be.
Oh God!
Yeah. Well, I didn't dwell on it.
Case for that is not the case for the atmosphere. There is a force acting on that system.
Atmo, what now? Oxymoron, sphere-shaped air. Air takes the shape of its containment. Doesn't take the shape of a sphere.
There is a force acting on.
So this is a begging the question fallacy. Second time, actual begging the question fallacy, which it catches it.
And by forces, I don't want to quibble. I have stated explicitly.
No, you begged the question.
I know. I wasn't even going to.
So
yeah, a force that's not a force but can be thought of like a force, but it's actually the effect of the bending and warping of concepts that can't have physical properties, but we had to because it made the Earth stationary with the ether.
Yeah, so that is true. That second law,
okay, well that annihilates your position then.
Is true, but again, in the absence of an outside force or pressure, and that
in the absence of an outside force or pressure, we'd have gas filling space in line with entropic law that you say isn't true, even though you've disproven it with your own example. Yeah, so space is fake.
That is, so when we say that, or when people say that gravity is the container...
It isn't. Because gravity's not a force.
Sure, I guess. I mean, it's...
forces aren't required for containment anyway. Containment is...
It's not a container either, Nathan.
No, it's not a container. Doesn't matter if it's a force or otherwise. It's not a force, but even if it was, it's not a container.
How could you acquiesce to that? I mean, it's the sloppiest idea ever. Like gravity, a non-force that you can think of as a force, supposed to be a barrier to gas pressure. Like, no.
A solid barrier, by the way. So gravity is now a solid barrier. Really?
Right.
What's gravity?
We need to remember as well that if gravity did have some effect on gas, then there would be a gas law that describes the directionality of gas. But when we check, we see that there's the free expansion of gas law, which is the opposite to what they need. So they don't have a force, and they don't have a gas law that describes this directionality, this gas go down, go boom, boom nonsense either.
Right. I want to see the math behind how gravity attracts gas to a planet.
No. I want to see
like Jupiter.
What gravity is first.
I want to see gas.
And that's why I want to see the math.
I want to see gas go down, go boom, boom.
Math.
I want to see gas go down, go boom, boom. Go splash, splash.
Oh, we all got what we want to see.
Puddles of helium.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It's what's actually causing the gas to stick on there and stick to the globe.
Gas, the unbonded nature of gas, sticky now, is it? Sticky gas.
The other thing that people don't discuss...
That's just going to get left out there, is it? I'm pretty sure that gas isn't sticky. It's not sticking to anything. It bounces off stuff. Elastic collisions, that's like the antithesis of being sticky. Yeah, not only does it bounce off, it doesn't impart any energy. Keeps and retains the same amount. How's that being sticky? Doesn't stick to a ball. It's an oxymoron. Gas takes the shape of its containment. Doesn't take the shape of a sphere. But you've arbitrarily... What's that fallacy? Wonder what it's called. The ones you don't use. Oh, yeah, you begged the question.
Is that we are, in fact, losing atmosphere. If you look at...
Losing atmosphere, sphere-shaped air? So, given that you've just gone out of your way to defy entropic law, you're going to now appeal to how much of the gas sits in line with entropic law and disperses in line with the law that you've just decried. I'm going to ask again, and it's not sarcastic. Are you on crack?
Yeah, it's like how much gas is going beyond the Kármán line and that then escapes the container barrier, which is that arbitrary line.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, this is what I was telling you about the other day, Nathan. The 3% of the hydrogen and helium.
Yeah, but it doesn't. What they're not. This doesn't make. When you look in their official claim, they give an actual tonnage, right, a weight amount of gases. They don't even state clearly that it's hydrogen and helium. They say gases, all of the air, and they give a tonnage amount actually of how much escapes daily, right?
No. How much what? How much follows entropic law?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, like I said, most of them burn their bras, but there are some very well-behaved gas molecules that behave properly.
Well, you'll find that whenever they talk about like stuff escaping from the gas ball, right? They're gonna specifically say atmosphere and not mention gases when they do it. This is something that stands out to me because I think it really is all about that straw man atmosphere.
It is.
Right?
It is.
And not about gas behavior.
Let me just agree. Yes, because of the atmosphere as its whole own set of rules. So, for example, saying that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the Earth incorporates the notion that atmosphere behaves in the way this guy's describing, not aligning with laws of nature in the heliocentric model.
Can I just pull apart something there? That's totally correct. What you're saying, Erwin, because as soon as they say the word atmosphere, then they're dealing with their beliefs. They're not dealing with. So if you think of having a physics discussion or argument or debate with one of these people and they say the word atmosphere, that's when they've stepped outside of reality and they're now talking about what they believe. It's nothing to do with physics. So it's nearly pointless actually to have the conversation in some ways. If it wasn't such a big deal, we wouldn't be having it. But their claim of how much air, right, actually follows entropic law, a tonnage claim, to give a weight to it because it's gravity, that escapes each day. They try to claim that that's replenished every day by the Earth, that and more. But that's incorrect because we don't have an Earth that keeps creating things. Fourth law of thermodynamics states that nature cannot create matter nor energy. So nothing is created, things are recycled. If you look at the nitrogen and oxygen cycles, which takes up 99% of the air, they are recycled. Right? Everything is being recycled. So, which is why they try to hide the actual hydrogen cycle. I'm not talking about the hydrological cycle, the actual hydrogen cycle and the helium cycle. They don't want to investigate that or don't want to talk about it because that's why they have to sometimes lean on hydrogen and helium are escaping. But they can't just say hydrogen and helium. They actually try to say that an actual tonnage, right, ridiculous, of air leaves, and that's replenished, remade by the Earth. Stuff is not remade by the Earth. The Earth doesn't make things, it recycles it. Do you know what I mean? So it's complete BS.
If I may, Brian, a part of the idea of what they're saying, like, oh, the gas escapes or the atmosphere escapes and it's created at ground level, is based on the idea that there is gases stored within the dirt, within the rock even. And that if the pressure outside of the air surrounding it decreases, that will actually make some of these gases come out to find the lower pressure zone. It will come out of the earth. That's the model you're trying to use for that. At the same time, claiming that there's an outside vent where it escapes, and that lowers the pressure inside, and then the gases come out, and that's how it's in equilibrium. It's really a nonsense story, but that's how it works.
No, they actually, see, the thing about that claim, Arwen, is, I know you're kind of playing ballman there. The thing about that claim is it changes from source to source. But they will actually say that it's being remade, replenished, actually being made. Air is being made all the time. all these different gases. They're actually, because they need to.
Yeah.
Because if air is not, think about it, if air is not being actually made, if it's just being recycled and we're losing that much every day, right, let's say whatever tonnage, ridiculous that tonnage they give to it, right, then there's no way for us to continue having 14.7 psi over the course of hundreds of years, because you're gradually going to be losing daily amounts of air.
Oh, it's
which
worse
would
than that.
end up with us.
Absolutely.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that because you'd have never developed gas pressure in the first place. The very first gas particle that emerged from the ground, regardless if it's stored in the dirt, as Arwen describes or not, would never ever press on something to form gas pressure. So you'd never form the gas pressure in the first place.
No, I mean, but that's your dealing with reality. Yeah, it is. That thing about it, we have to step into that paradigm of belief to take it apart via reality, their own claims via reality. But it's crazy.
That's what I don't. That's what I not want. I pulled it up on screen. There's the it's 90 tons. Look, 67.23, and then trace. And this is the point. This is nonsensical. Yeah, that some behave like this and some don't. This is just a spurious claim because they're scrambling to balance the two, an atmosphere and gas behavior. So we have this made up nonsense. And like you said, they've then got to fill it, and it's plate tectonics and other volcanoes that are topping the gas pressure up. It becomes farcical. But the point of farce is that we have some that do and some that don't follow gas behavior.
With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!